Ready?
Yeah, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, this is working.
Someone else.
Do I do this? Where's where's yeah. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:12. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the May 2023 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to first welcome everyone back to in-person format. Today will be the first in-person Plan Commission since the COVID-19 pandemic, almost 3 years. Next, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out the sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your full name, address, if you are for or against the proposal, and if you are here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me and to my left in order to, in the order I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers or, if necessary, may be escorted out by security. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Not here. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is here. Commissioner Garza? Not here. Commissioner Johnson? Not here. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro? Not here. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Not here. Commissioner Reyes?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Esposato? Not here. Commissioner Tavares? Not here. Commissioner Tillman? Not here. Commissioner Villegas? Not here. Commissioner Wagensbach? Thank you. Now we will do a temporary replacement. I, as CPC chairwoman, will need to step away for the meeting to recuse myself from an item on the agenda today. I would normally be able to turn the gavel over to the vice chair. However, in his absence today, I would like to ask the body to consider Sarah Lyons to act as a designated replacement when I need to step away. Do the plan commissioners have any questions on this action? If none, can I get a motion for Sarah Lyons to chair the meeting in absence of the chairwoman? Thank you. Do I have a second motion?
Second, Reyes.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Lyons? I think you can. Okay. Commissioner Murphy? Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbach? Thank you. Motion passes. We will now approve the minutes from the April 20th, 2023 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on April 20th, 2023?
So move Biagi.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Biagi. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biagi, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Wagensback? Thank you. Motion passes. We have one item for which we are seeking a deferral. Item number 9, under the ANLAP heading in the omnibus section, a resolution recommending a proposed ordinance authorizing an adjacent neighbors land acquisition program generally located at 6921 South Paulina Street to Susana Lázaro Andrade. And this is in the 17th Ward. The applicant requests to defer this item to a future Plan Commission hearing date. Do I have a motion to approve the deferral of this item? Roll call motion.
So move.
Thank you by Commissioner Reyes. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biagi. Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox. Thanks. Commissioner Escareno, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thanks. Commissioner Novara. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto. Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback. Thank you. Motion passes. Public testimony section, just a reminder, as we return to in-person hearings, we will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. A reminder that items number 3 and 5 under the ANLAP heading in item D2. Okay. Okay. So we will now take public testimony for just item 9. No, but that's the one that's deferred. Yeah. And it goes to public hearing, right?
Yeah.
Testimony? Okay, we're good. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Deferral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 through number 5 under the disposition heading, item 6 under the negotiated sale heading, and items 7 and 8 under the ANLAP heading, with a reminder that item 9 has been deferred? Do I have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Biagi. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Biagi. Thank you. Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Escareno. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Novara. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Soto. Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback. Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and or the Chicago zoning ordinance. First item on the agenda is D1. A courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan review submitted by the University of Illinois System Capital Development Board for development of the Discovery Partners Institute, DPI, Chicago Center for Education and Research in Waterway Plan Development, number 1434, sub-area 2 at 1519 South Wells Street. The applicant proposes to construct an 8-story, 135-foot, 6 inches tall building at 1519 South Wells Street with 200,000 square feet of office, classroom, lab, and event space. 2 54 by 14 loading berths will be provided. The overall FAR of the development will not exceed 4.59. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview and present the proposal plan.
Good morning.
Good
For the
morning.
record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. This courtesy presentation by the Discovery Partners Institute, DPI, Chicago Center for Education and Research, is a proposed site plan review in Waterway Plan Development number 1434, sub-area 2, for a site located at 1519 South Wells Street. DPI proposes to construct an 8-story, 135.5-foot tall building with 200,000 square feet of office space, classroom, laboratory, and event space. 2 54 by 14 loading berths will be provided with the project. The DPI site is located in the near south side community area of the 3rd Ward. The 1-acre site is situated at the southern portion of Plan Development 1434, which is also known as the 78. Pursuant to Statement 15 of the Plan Development, a courtesy presentation to the Plan Commission is required prior to DPD's approval of a site plan review for the submittal. The maximum FAR for sub-area 2 is 5.99, and the overall FAR proposed for this development will not exceed 4.59. According to CMAP data from 2020, the race and ethnicity breakdown of the population in this community area is approximately 50% white, 23% Hispanic or Latino, 17% Black, and 7% Asian. Population in the community area has increased by 200% over the past 2 decades. The project is the first proposed development in the 78. DPI's site is intended to offer a critical link between the downtown, the West Loop and IMD, and neighborhoods to the south. Its focus will be tech-oriented economic development through educational programs, jobs training, and the generation of an estimated 200 million, that's 200 million in R&D investment annually. Goals for the area identified in the Central Area Plan of 2003 and the Action Plan of 2009 include continuing the development of the area for mixed-use urban neighborhoods containing a blend of retail, residential, commercial, and institutional uses. This proposal supports those goals. For context, the 78 was approved by Plan Commission and the City Council in 2018. The 62-acre PD is adjacent to the south branch of the Chicago River, and it extends from Roosevelt Road on the north to 16th Street on the south. It's the largest development site in the central area. As approved, this PD may include up to 13 million square feet of new commercial, residential, and institutional space, as well as 12 acres of open space, and a 20% affordable housing commitment for up to 10,000 residential units. The 78 represents opportunities to implement several goals of the Central Area Plan through key investments in infrastructure improvements that will unlock the development potential of the site. Some of these include the recently completed north-south roadway known as the Wells-Wentworth Connector, which creates a connection from Chinatown to downtown and will eventually provide a walkable, tree-lined street and bike lanes to support an active mixed-use corridor. The future 15th Street link will reestablish the street grid and connect the new Wells Street to the existing Clark Street. The future realignment of the Metro tracks to shift west in order to facilitate development on Clark Street and provide a grade separation over 15th Street. Future infrastructure improvements include establishing 13th and 14th Streets and a future CTA station at 15th Street. And future construction of a Crescent Park, Riverwalk, water taxi stop, and a potential connection to a future greenway on the embankment, the railroad embankment immediately south of the site. These are several site context photos, including a view north on Wells Street from 15th Street, a view of the corner of Wells Street and 15th, a view of the St. Charles Airline Bridge, which is located southeast of the site, a view of the site from the river, a view south on Wells Street toward the site, the BNSF rail yard, which is located west of the river, and a view of South Clark Street, and you can see the 78 on the left-hand side of this image. And then finally, a view of South Federal Street. The site will be served by CTA and Metro stops in the future and numerous CTA bus routes. Now I will turn this presentation over to Ebony White of the Department of DPI for further discussion and explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. As Heidi mentioned, my name is Ebony White. I'm with the University of Illinois Office of Capital Programs, and I'm working with DPI to develop this building in conjunction with the Capital Development Board. So as I mentioned, DPI is part of the University of Illinois system, and we're excited about this project, but we're also excited to be here today to share with you our progress on the project. The goals of the project are to provide a headquarters for the amazing work that DPI does. Three things that DPI focuses on is tech talent development, applied research, and business building. So the headquarters will provide a space for DPI to house the work that they already do, and also provide space for them to continue to grow the students that they're able to reach across the city. This is a riverfront view showing the building as we envision it, as well as some additional site context around the 78. So this slide here just shows some of the pedestrian access throughout the site. So as Heidi mentioned, Wells Street has already been constructed, and DPI, let me see if you can see my mouse here. So the building is located there, but then we have governance over that one site, but the larger development is Related Midwest, and we would like to continue working with them to ensure that we can have great access to the remaining site as well as continued development. This slide shows additional pedestrian context, a ground view from Wells Street with the existing wells already in place, but also it shows our expectations for that 15th Street development. So here in the top corner, it shows the Wells Street that has already been constructed. And then we'll see here at the bottom just how the pedestrians will engage with the building and the site. A lot of times the renderings that we show are the overall building renderings. So it's just good to see what it will actually look like from the ground level approaching the building. And then here's the 15th Street that I mentioned. So we worked with our design team to ensure that 15th Street felt open and welcoming to everyone, whether they're coming to the building or whether they're passing by after the full 78 development is done. So we really wanted to have that space open, inviting, and you can hardly see it, but off in the corner, there's a little cafe there that is an opportunity for people to engage with the building, even if they aren't necessarily engaged with the programming quite yet. So our project timeline and community outreach. So the top date here, May 15th, 2019. So that's when the PD was filed. That was well before the university even took ownership of the land. We have taken ownership since, and once we got the architect and everyone under contract and started moving forward, we started to do outreach to inform the community, not only of the building and our plans for the building, but just to share a little bit about DPI and what DPI does. Since we've started, we've had 12 community meetings. We have extensive meetings coming up, working with the Capital Development Board. We're working to inform the construction community about participation opportunities, creating outreach just so they can form partnerships to participate in the project. We're attending the membership meeting with HACIA, and then we're also working to set up additional outreach meetings throughout the city. With those outreaches, we have also incorporated some of the feedback from the community to ensure that the space that we're building is a space that they can actually utilize. So noted below here are some of the outcomes of those engagements with the city, well, with the community, I'm sorry. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jacobs. Vasil will tell you more about the building.
Thank you, Ebony. Good morning, everyone. It's good to have these meetings in person again. I'm a bit surprised by the stage fever myself, so if you excuse me. I'm Vasil Petrov with Jacobs Consultants. We are the prime design contract holder for this project. Today, you see a small sliver of the whole design team working on the project. It's more than 100 professionals engaged with the design currently. But without further ado, let's dig into the slides, starting with the site plan. As Ebony and Heidi mentioned, our 1 acre lot is located at the south end of the 78 development. To help you orient with that view, true north is to the left of the screen. So our site is bound by Wells Street on the west, which would be the bottom of the screen, the railroad right of way, and the St. Charles Airline Bridge to the south, the future 15th Street to the north, which is to the left again of the screen, and to the east, to the top of the screen, we joined the contiguous land owned and controlled by Related Midwest. As you can see, we're practically a zero lot line building. There is just one setback along Wells Street, 1.5-foot setback, which we observe. During the design phase, we carefully studied the best approaches for the building. We considered sightlines along Wells Street as it negotiates the curve under the railroad bridge. Thus arrived at the conclusion that the best approach for servicing vehicular service to the building is on the east side, where you can see the temporary access road. It provides access for both emergency responder vehicles, passenger drop-off, and the service to the loading dock located at the southeast corner of the building. Our main entry is due north of 15th Street, which is also the fire department response entry, which we have coordinated with the Chicago Fire Department. To give you a reference as far as site topology goes, the intersection of Wells Street and 15th Street is approximately at elevation 12 CCD. The finished floor elevation of our building is 12. We have one contiguous floor plate for the ground floor plan, no basement. If we move on to the ground floor plan itself, level 1, the grounding principle behind the floor plan organization, the layout organization, is openness and being invited to the general public. As you enter through the well-defined main entry to the north, that will lead you into a central concourse, which is flanked by multi-purpose meeting rooms. Each of them has full height operable glazing partitions that allow each of these 3 rooms to open up to the concourse floor and maximize the usable floor space available for DPI to stage career fests, career events, exhibits, etc. We have a dedicated fixed seat auditorium at the southwest corner of the building. And the balance, the southern 1/3 or so of the floor plate is dedicated to the back of house functions such as command vault, generator room, our internalized loading dock. There are 2 secondary to an extent entrances. One is off Wells Street to the bottom of the page, and one is off to east to the top of the page, which connects to the handicap accessible loading passenger drop-off loading zone. As we move up through the building, you'll start seeing how the major organizational concept of the layout was structured. We have stacking program spaces defined around 3, we call them neighborhoods. That would be the instructional neighborhood, typically on the east side, those 2 rectangles to the bottom of the page. That is flanked by the computational neighborhood, which will be the computational labs on the east side, on the north side of the building, to the left of the page, and the counterparts on the experimental side, which is to the south. We utilize the concept of offset building core, which allows us to free up the center of the building, the heart of the building, for an expansive atrium space, atrium that spans full height of the building from ground floor to through the roof. And it's terminated with a expansive skylight that allows us to lit what would have been otherwise quite a dim central core in a more conventional layout, where the elevator core, stairs, etc., are located in the middle of the building. What appears as quite extensive circulation space around those program blocks is actually well beyond that. This is what we refer to as the hive concept or the collision concept. It's not just circulation, it is the space where all the diverse building occupants would meet, collaborate, and create those bonds that Ebony was referring to. Level 6 is opening up to more public functions again through the introduction of an event space and adjoining terrace on the north side of the building. They offer expansive view to the Chicago skyline. The balance of the floor is an instructional space with a large divisible classroom at the south end of the building. Level 7 and level 8 are our dedicated MEP floors with mechanical penthouses that host our central plant. You can see the skylight that matches the dimensions of the atrium below it, and the building maintenance unit parked right next to it. As we go up the floors of the building, each floor plate slightly contracts. That allows the envelope of the building to start closing up. And at the time when we arrive at the top mechanical level, it is practically screened by the contracting facade, which terminates with an oculus, letting daylight down through the skylight into the atrium space. Going through the building elevations, you quickly see that the building is quite symmetrical, both in east-west and so that the north-south elevation, symmetrically north-south and east-west. Probably the best view to give you an idea of the materials that we use on the building is this rendered view of the facade. The material palette is quite simple. We utilize only 3 materials. That would be acid-etched bird safety glass, anodized aluminum panels, clear anodized aluminum panels for the sloped roofs between the ribbon glass, and perforated panels that substitute the glazing at the topmost levels to screen the mechanical equipment floors. Two building sections will emphasize the skylight at the top of the building and the expansive central atrium, which provides for multitude of communicating stairs, and they're separate from our exit stairs in the cores, and a couple of suspended all glass conference rooms that create the impression of floating in the atrium space. This slide will take you back to the connectivity of our site. As you can see, plenty of access to various modes of transportation, with the emphasis on public transport and bicycle access. As a transit-oriented location, we have no on-site parking, but we provide ample bicycle storage, showers, and associated changing rooms. All of our entrances at grade are handicap accessible. The same applies to the passenger drop-off lane on the east side. Sam Schwartz completed a traffic analysis, which was reviewed, coordinated, and approved with the CDOT. They analyzed connectivity options through Wells Wentworth, which will come online this year. I believe substantial completion for that project is in the next month or so, or month or two. 15th Street, which is a joint project between the city and the state under an intergovernmental agreement. That project is fully funded. And the future LaSalle Street, which is that meandering street through the 78 development north of our site. So as the analysis showed, in that interim infrastructure condition, the load created by the DPI building does not require any additional improvements. So to bring you back as a summary of the major features of our building, that symmetrical shape that provides the 360-degree multi-directional form that offers equitable views to and equitable access from all the surrounding neighborhoods. The ground floor, which is as open as we could make it with the full height glass, floor to ceiling, approximately 16, 17 feet tall glass pieces, and the concentration of public spaces on that floor. The stacking of programs that form towers, the computational tower, its counterpart on the experimental side, and the instructional spaces. And the piece that ties it all together, that's the central atrium, or the hive, the collaboration space, or the collision space. Landscaping perspective, as you can see, the landscaping solution is as straightforward and clean as the building itself. On the south side of the building, again, to the right of the page, we emphasize on the planting, landscaping design, softscape, which blends the green roof on level 2 with the adjacent railroad berm that contrasts to the more intensive hardscape solution at the main entry, which creates a plaza, welcoming plaza. We have extended the vocabulary of that plaza beyond the lot line to the 15th Street curb to create this contiguous experience for the visitors all the way from the curb line to the building. Some of the major components of that hardscape solution are concrete pavers with carefully selected wood pavers accents, bicycle storage, concrete planters, which undulating shape is a nod to the shape of the building itself. As far as planting, we meet the Chicago Landscape Ordinance for streetscape tree spacing, caliper requirements cast iron grates for trees that are at pavement, and the aforementioned concrete planters. Sustainability is very high priority for our client. We are striving for LEED Gold certification. Beyond that, we're looking at those three strategies to meet the Chicago development policy, 80% waste diversion, workforce development, and the bird protection. And I'm pretty sure that on the bird protection, we are actually going to meet the enhanced protection path. So that will be not 5, but 10 points. So between LEED Gold and any one of these additional targeted areas, we will exceed the 100 points threshold. As far as stormwater management, we have gone through several coordination meetings with the Department of Water Management. Generally speaking, we have two areas. One is our lot line and building, which is again practically lot line to lot line building. It occupies roughly 85% of the lot line. And the other area is to the east, which covers that temporary access drive condition. For the building in our site, we provide on-site detention area. Somehow our civil engineer magically found a way to fit underground detention area on the limited site that's available. For the access road to the east, we have a temporary surface detention area. They both are connected to that future storm sewer under 15th Street. And I believe the design storm for the building is the 10-year, and for the site is 100-year. And thank you. I'll give it back to Mike.
Good morning. I'm Michael Flavin, and I'm a member of the DPI team. As a scientist and a faculty member at the University of Illinois at Chicago, I'm really excited about the mission of the Discovery Partners Institute. DPI is about partnering with other academic institutions, partnering with industry, and partnering with our community. In fact, we're focused on bringing through toward tech development some 7,000 students per year to create opportunities for them here in our city. Secondly, we hope to drive $200 million a year in research and development using the fine technologies our universities are developing. And from those technologies, we hope to create dozens of new businesses that can create opportunities for entrepreneurs and other professionals here in the city. When DPI is fully operational, there will be the creation of some 250 new jobs, which would include instructors, scientists, technicians, and administrative personnel. And when fully operational over the next 10 years, DPI is expected to have an economic impact of $2.8 billion a year, given its opportunities that are being created and the research and development and companies that are started from those technologies. The DPI R&D will bring together the world's finest minds to work on society's most challenging problems. And as for the 78, it's not just about the DPI. We hope to catalyze the creation of a complete innovation campus, bringing together companies that are innovative, other academic institutions and institutes focused on research, and finally, residences for faculty and staff, as well as recreational space and restaurants. It'll be a shining star in Chicago and Illinois, and we hope that it will drive innovation and the creation of economic development here in our city. So we're very thankful for the Chicago Plan Commission giving us the opportunity to speak here this morning. We especially thank Heidi and Commissioner Cox for all the help they've given us. And we look forward to working with the city of Chicago going forward to help make DPI that shining star that can help our world solve some of its most pressing issues. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by DPI and has concluded that the proposed site plan submittal is in compliance with the plan development number 1434 and the associated guidelines. While no vote will be taken today, representatives from DPI are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And we do have two speakers signed up to speak. The first speaker is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson. Second speaker is Mr. Butler Adams.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the president and executive director of the Near South Planning Board, a not-for-profit, community-based organization serving the businesses, institutions, and stakeholders on the Near South Side. Our organization has had the opportunity to review the proposed site plan presentation for the development of the Discovery Partner Institute, Chicago, occupying a 1-acre site along the South Branch of the Chicago River. Near South Planning Board is impressed with the proposed concept, programming elements with the various laboratories, and obviously the need for another quality academic and research center located in an area with major educational institutions in close proximity. This project will offer the necessary tools for research and development and startups. The 200,000 square feet of space housing classrooms, meetings, event space, labs, and offices will prove to be an asset to the city and the surrounding community. This proposal is sure to be an economic benefit to the Near South Side. The rich design of the plaza and landscape has been well thought out and will provide necessary space for the public to sit and gather. Within this larger development site, we must remain cognizant of the parking needs and have asked the applicant to secure sufficient parking spaces within this proposal. This project is sure to be a benefit to the community and the city of Chicago. Near South Planning Board is pleased to lend its support of the Discovery Partners Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Adams?
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I'm going to ditto everything that Ms. Sanchez Carlson said. I'm an architecture tour guide on the Chicago River, and I've been doing that for the past 22 years now. So I'll pretty much go past the site every day, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about Chicago history and development, and in fact, talk about this new proposal, because I have it in my portfolio that I talk about and show pretty much all the time on the river. So I've been following this whole development, this whole site, basically since the Tony Resco days. So it has certainly evolved a lot from proposals of big box stores to this, and certainly I am in favor of this. And I look forward to seeing this be constructed along the Chicago River and the skyline. But I want to just also put this project in the 78 in terms of also what's happening on item number 8, which is an update of the central area plan. And I think that this site, along with the casino site, also should be looked at again, because I'm personally underwhelmed with the amount of density approved for this site. I know it's 13 million square feet. Personally, I think it should be a little bit more. Just north of there, you're going to have the South Bank and another project that's DX7. This is DX5. That could be DX7. So I think that this site and other sites downtown should be reassessed in terms of that update of the central area plan. But in terms of this specific project, I am in favor of it. I look forward to seeing it constructed, and good luck. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
Oh, yeah,
Commissioner Reyes?
yeah. It's not a question. I live nearby, so I am excited to see that this large piece of land is going to be converted into something so beautiful. It's a beautiful building. And I appreciate what the University of Illinois is doing, because I think it's important that we continue to grow, and that we continue to grow in creating and transforming spaces that are at this point underutilized. So it's a beautiful project, a beautiful building.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Soto?
I had two questions. So right now for your professional services, what are your percentages in participation for minority, women, or veteran-owned businesses?
My name is Ebony White. So the way that the Capital Development Board sets up the project, there are goals set on the design contract and there are also goals set on the construction project. The goals for construction are 30% minority, 5% women, and then 3% veteran. That's for construction. The goals for the architecture contract, they escape me, but they are already set and we have met and exceeded the goals set by the Capital Development Board. If you like, I can get those and email them to you because I don't want to give you the wrong numbers and I don't remember them off the top of my head.
Yeah, that would be excellent. And
Yes.
just to ensure that there's meaningful participation and not just checking off the box. My second question is in terms of this being a hub for the community, right? A lot of times architecture happens in a consolidated group. So you do the programming, you start planning out spaces, and in reality, when you want to address community, it's not addressing the needs of how they can properly function in this place. So are you incorporating the members who will ultimately be in this space? Like, can you explain a little bit about how you're addressing that issue?
Absolutely. So I'll give you a response and then if Vasil wants to elaborate, then I'll allow him the opportunity. So we've had, as I mentioned, the community outreach meetings. We've been doing that all through the design process. It initially started with programming meetings amongst university stakeholders, and we expanded that to Chinatown, all of the neighboring communities, Pilsen, even some of the communities that the DPI works with to get students in their programs. So we spoke with community members and asked them how they would utilize the space, what they envision, what their needs are. And some of that feedback we have incorporated into the design of the building. So we've heard that there's a need for meeting spaces. Some people say the community organizations need a place to meet that's not necessarily a church. So we plan to have those spaces. And then we plan to have them on the ground floor so they're easily accessible. And then the design is being set up to where the higher you go up in the building, the more private the spaces are. So I just wanted to highlight that from like a security perspective, because, of course, we want the space to be utilized by the public. But to your point, we have to make sure that it's accessible, right? We don't want to put space available to them tucked back on the 5th floor, locked away, right? It needs to be somewhere where everyone has actual access.
Thank you. Alderwoman, Alderwoman Dowell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm generally familiar with the PD elements for the 78 master plan, and I'm familiar with DPI and the mission that you all have established. I'm very excited about your mission for this institution and believe that the future impact on the Chicago economy is infinite. However, I walk in here today not having been briefed by either the applicant or the city department about this site plan. And while I support the building and the development, it's beautiful. I listened to the presentation and I think you've hit all the right notes. I do have a concern about parking that was raised by the Near South Planning Board. But I would suggest that we get together so I understand your community engagement more, because there is a community east of the site that has not been privy to this presentation. And as the commissioner here raised questions about your MBE, WBE commitments, I want to hear more about that, specifically who's involved. I'm also interested in understanding what the construction process is going to be, the schedule, so people are aware of when this building comes out of the ground. Other than that, this is great. And I look forward as unfortunately, this probably got caught up in the change between aldermen. But we need to start off on a good foot. And I look forward to having some additional conversations with you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think those were excellent points made by Alderman Dow. And I think a deep dive briefing is clearly in order, and that transition from one ward to the next certainly had something to do with that. I actually, again, the project is pretty extraordinary, and it's, I'm sure, going to be an iconic addition to the riverfront. It's a hub, and I appreciate you using that term because I was wondering how the community will access it, and I'm talking about the community that may live miles away from it, but ultimately should have some kind of relationship to it. So having a community available spaces in the ground floor, if you live 4 miles away, doesn't necessarily make sense. So the reality is there's an enormous opportunity beyond the site to think about this as a command center, or I don't know, the mothership, but there are satellites throughout the city, real sites, maybe on commercial corridors where there's already a hub of activity. So you would have entrepreneurial hubs that are in the community, how they would be structured, how they would be financed, yet to be determined. But I think it would be a powerful addition to the model if we only saw this as, you know, home base for what is a much smaller constellation of entrepreneurial hubs. So I know I've had conversations with some of the leadership at DPI about this. You know, I know you all are trying to get to the finish line and break ground on this, but we welcome an opportunity to talk about an expanded vision.
Yes, thank you so much for your comments. And we as well envision interacting with other entrepreneurial hubs around the city. We're not looking to replace anything. We're looking to synergize with what's already there and build upon what's already there. So for example, working with 1871 or Matter or TechNexus and a variety of other already established strong hubs in entrepreneurship will be very important for DPI. Also, obviously, the universities have their entrepreneurial infrastructure as well. UIC, Northwestern, the University of Chicago, all partners with the DPI. And so I think that we're set to see a great surge of entrepreneurial activity coming from the universities with the technologies that are being developed, again, with taxpayer money, with the grants and so forth, being converted and translated into commercial opportunities. And so we share your vision of trying to unite the entrepreneurial community around town and build on it, because we want to be a really strong competitor with the coasts in drawing technology, talent, and entrepreneurs to our city, as well as the capital needed to drive those enterprises. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we welcome an opportunity or a venue. We'll reach out to you about how to get that conversation going. But thank you.
Your questions by the commissioners? Thank you, as this was a courtesy presentation of what is needed on this item, so we will move on. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed resolution to adopt the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan. The Chicago Transit Authority is pursuing the Red Line Extension Project, a 5.6 mile extension starting from the existing terminal at 95th and the Dan Ryan, and terminating at 130th Street, subject to the availability of funding. The Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan is a proactive effort to create a guide for future development in communities located near the Red Line Extension project area. Initiated in 2020, the TSD plan was led by the CTA and in partnership with the City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development. At the heart of the TSD plan will be the community's vision for each of the station areas, which seeks to promote development without the displacement of existing residents and achieve community-focused benefits such as affordable housing, local economic development, and environmental sustainability. Jasmine Gunn will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jasmine Gunn, and I'm a Far South Region Planner with the Department of Planning and Development. I am here today to propose the adoption of the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan. This plan was led by the Chicago Transit Authority in a partnership with the Department of Planning and Development. With me here today, I am joined by Leah Mooney and Amar El-Majoub of CTA, who will start the presentation off with an overview of the Red Line Extension project.
Thanks so much, Jasmine, and good morning, Chairwoman and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Leah Mooney, and I'm the Director of CTA Strategic Planning and Policy, and I'm also joined by Amar El-Majoub, as Jasmine said. We're grateful and honored to be here this morning to seek the adoption of the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan. This plan is the culmination of significant collaboration between CTA and the Department of Planning and Development. We're grateful for their support and for that of our other sister agencies, including Transportation and Housing today. The planning process also included a robust community outreach process, and you'll hear more about that from Amar and Jasmine, and it included significant technical and quantitative analysis and research, and those efforts helped inform the final plan. It's also important to note that we followed an equitable TOD framework. And so I want to thank the city and the members of the that are here today who worked on and advocated for the Connected Communities Ordinance that was passed last year in July. This transit investment on the far south side will be the single largest in CTA history. And in order for it to be truly transformational, we need to bring our resources together to focus on and emphasize investment on the far south side. This TSD plan creates a roadmap for exactly that effort, and we thank you for your support and consideration of adoption today. I believe most of you are already familiar with the Red Line Extension Project. It's a 5.6-mile extension of the CTA Red Line from its current terminus at 95th to 130th Street. It includes 4 new stations at 103rd, 111th, Michigan Avenue, and about 115th, and 130th adjacent to Altgeld Gardens. The project will also include a new train storage yard and maintenance facility that will benefit the entire Red Line. I want to point out here that there are also 2 Invest Southwest corridors in the project area along Michigan Avenue and 111th Street. The Red Line Extension is fundamentally a transportation equity project. The far south side is an area where a higher proportion of residents live in poverty compared to the citywide average. RLE will provide significant time savings, which will unlock access to jobs, education, commerce, and opportunity, creating a 47% increase in access to jobs within a reasonable 45-minute commute. In addition to reaching jobs and opportunities outside the far south side, it will also help spur economic development and investment around the station areas. Over the last several years, CTA has accelerated progress on this project and laid the groundwork for significant federal investment to come to Chicago. A couple of good news items. We're thrilled that the Red Line Extension has been included in President Biden's budget recommendation for fiscal year 24. This reflects the importance of RLE as a signature investment in equitable transportation. The city and CTA plan to pursue a New Start's full funding grant agreement for award in 2024 in order to make this long envisioned project a reality. This provides the momentum and progress to move this project forward, and so we thank you for your ongoing support of the Red Line Extension. Our next step is to receive entry into the engineering phase, as you'll see on this timeline, and in that process, we will be actually working on completing procurement. So another great announcement we've made is we've shortlisted 3 teams that will be competing for the design build RFP. And that contract is anticipated to be awarded at the end of 2024, so we can start construction in 2025 and start service in 2029. I'm going to pass it off now to Amar, who can give more information about the TSD plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Amar El-Majoub, and I'm a strategic planner at the CTA. And I'm also the project manager for this TSD plan that we are presenting today. So in addition to the benefits of access and connectivity that Leah just talked about, this kind of transit investment is also very transformative for the new station areas that are going to be around the new stations, because it will stimulate new development and really change the future land use around these stations. So recognizing that the CTA applied for an FTA grant from the Federal Transit Administration. It's the pilot program for transit-oriented development program. And with that grant, we partnered with DPD and worked closely with other agencies like the Department of Housing and CDOT and the Cook County Land Bank Authority to do this advanced planning ahead of the Red Line extension. The intent for this plan is for it to be a guide for future development, and it primarily is based in the community vision. Like Leah said, we utilize an equitable TOD framework, and that's to make sure that this kind of planning and the development that comes in the future ends up benefiting the existing residents that live in the project area today. And this kind of effort really is essential to make sure that we can fully leverage the benefits of the Red Line extension. So we're doing this advanced planning to make sure that when the stations do land, we are ready to be able to maximize those benefits, and some benefits actually before the stations come that like Jasmine will talk about. This here shows you the timeline of the TSD planning work. So this has been a multi-year process, and you can see here there is a series of different technical analyses that we did, starting from doing an inventory of existing conditions, land use and zoning analysis. We did a market analysis, and then going forward into developing concepts for each of the 4 stations. And then all throughout that, there was a very robust community outreach process. And that included things from, next slide, virtual meetings, in-person stakeholder meetings. We did a lot of one-on-one meetings with some community leaders and representatives. And I do want to highlight that this did all kick off at the beginning of the pandemic, and we were very well aware of the digital divide that exists in these neighborhoods. So we made some very specific efforts to have a variety of different outreach methods to be able to reach different segments of the community. So to create station areas that support and are supported by transit, the plan has 4 main objectives. The first is to increase residential variety and affordability. The second is to strengthen business and mixed-use development. The third is to enhance public space and transportation access. And then 4th is to encourage economic development and generate community wealth. Before we start talking about the specific concepts for each of the station areas, I did want to highlight a few key items from the market analysis just to kind of frame some of the background of the project area. One of the main findings was that the population has actually been in decline for the past 2 decades, and it's gone down by about 20%. And really what this highlights is the need for the investment of the Red Line extension. We anticipate the Red Line extension to be a stabilizing force in this neighborhood to help recover the population and attract people so that they can support the local market and the development that we hope will come in the future. What you see here, this graph is by CMAP, and it's a little bit outdated. It shows you the projections that for the population in the future as a result of the Red Line extension. And then the second thing I want to highlight is the retail gap or the revenue leakage. We found that we have a $391 million annual retail gap. And what that means is we have that much money that is originating from our project area, but actually being spent outside of the project area because of a lack of local businesses that people can actually go to. So that really just highlights what the future potential is if we can keep those dollars in the neighborhoods and keep them circulating to strengthen the local economy and have those benefits stay within the community. Next, we also did an economic impact summary. So this is separate from the TSD plan. We did this for the Red Line extension. And aside from the impacts that will come from the construction and the operations of the line, we looked at the investment potential for new and rehab housing, as well as the new retail in these new station areas, and there is potential for over $1.7 billion in investment. Next, I'm going to pass it over to Jasmine, who's going to walk you through each of the 4 stations and some of the specific strategies and recommendations.
Thank you, Amar. So as he mentioned, I'm just going to go over some of the main strategies that are listed in the plan. And the first thing I'm going to do is go over the development strategy framework. So one of the main concerns that we heard throughout our community engagement is the fear of displacement of the pressure from all of this great investment that's coming. So one of the main things we wanted to do, or fundamental to this plan, is to have balanced and responsible development. And that means having strategies that focus on preserving the existing community and the existing buildings and assets that are there, and also promoting new growth and development to stabilize and increase the population. So we have 4 aspects to our development strategy framework. And the first is to invest in community through rehab, repair, and reuse of existing homes and structures. We identified these structures in yellow on the diagram above through the Cook County Land Bank Authority, as well as land and building surveys of buildings that could be renovated and brought back to life. Secondly, we have catalyst developments, and these are mixed-use developments closest to the station. And we believe with those investments, we could spur additional investment and development throughout the station areas. Third, we have infill building development. So the buildings highlighted in orange are a new infill development on vacant lots throughout the station area. And this just shows what the potential is in each of the regions. And then lastly, to build new multifamily, commercial, and mixed-use development along major streets and corridors. Now, all 4 of these steps do not have to necessarily happen in chronological order, but they can all work together to redevelop the station areas. So also what happened through our community engagement in a series of meetings is we developed vision statements for each of the 4 station areas. And for 103rd, there was a vision for it to be an active community hub. For 111th, and Health and Wellness District. For Michigan Avenue, a thriving commercial corridor. And then for 130th Street, a vibrant and connected community. And I'm going to walk through some of the concepts for each of the station areas. So 103rd Street is characterized by a large single-family housing stock or low-scale residential. There is some commercial activity along 103rd Street as well. And we projected that there's a potential for 1,300 square feet of retail, 800 new infill and rehab housing units, and $360 million of development potential. This is just an aerial of the Catalyst site development, which could have mixed-use buildings closest to the station, and then variety of multifamily housing options as it gets further away. And then this is a street level view of what that 103rd station development could look like. We imagine some commercial, community-focused commercial with small and local minority-owned businesses at the ground floor, and then housing above. 111th Street is characterized by the Rosen Medical District, which is highlighted in the light blue outline. And also the blue building there is the Rosen Community Hospital. We recently completed a Rosen Community Medical District plan as well, and worked in coordination with them through this planning process. So to the west of the station, it is fairly built out, but the east of the station does have more vacant land and opportunity for new development. And that would have 11,000 square feet of retail, 880 new infill and rehab housing units, and $460 million worth of potential development investment potential. Then at 111th Street, our Catalyst site, we also have the higher scale multifamily mixed use development closest to the 111th Street corridor. And then it steps down in scale a variety of housing types as it goes deeper into the neighborhood. And then again, this is a vision of what that 111th Street Catalyst site development could look like. We also envision some open space and a park near the station as well. Michigan Avenue is the third station, and this was our commercial corridor We have a number of large vacant lots along the Michigan Avenue corridor could that be redeveloped. There also was an interest in rehabbing and renovating existing buildings along the commercial corridor. This does have the largest potential for investment with 72,000 square feet of potential retail, 2,100 potential housing units, as well as $850 million of development investment potential. So this is a vision of what the Catalyst site could look like along Michigan Station, which we have a series of mixed-use buildings. And this is the street level view, which has commercial on the ground floor. So we definitely wanted to emphasize bringing in commercial activity along that ground floor to keep that street floor active, and then housing above as well to bring the new customer base to the area. So one thing that did happen is a part of the planning process and the Invest Southwest program is we put out a request for qualifications or proposals for 3 sites along Michigan Avenue. Originally, we had the 2 sites on the north, which is the Gately People sites and the Rosen Theater. But through this planning process, we actually added in the station as the 3rd site for potential development. And right now, a series of 9 teams, or 3 teams for each site, are developing proposals for potential development at these sites that will go through a community process. So we are already garnering or attracting development to these sites before or in coordination with the stations coming online. Our last station is 130th Street Station. This is located in Altgeld Gardens, Philip Murray Homes, which is a CHA development. We are coordinating with CHA, and the final footprint or the exact footprint of the station is still being developed, but we imagine the station area and also having some retail or community focused uses along that corridor in the station. And then outside of the station area, since it is built out with the development, there is some single family homes that could be infilled in the surrounding neighborhoods. And that has a potential for 22,000 square feet of retail, 55 new housing units, infill units, and $37 million worth of potential investment. This is a street level view of what 130th Street Station could look like with new infrastructure improvements and some retail and activity happening along the station. So in addition to these station concepts, we also develop land use and zoning diagrams. So we imagine what the desired land use was around the station areas, and then also created a coordinating diagram of what the zoning would need to change to match those land uses or to generate those land uses. CTA also worked closely with CDOT to generate mobility improvements. So in the plan, it's separated by 2 sides. One are the planned infrastructure improvements that will come along with the stations. And then the other is a list of recommended improvements as well. And this is all to prioritize pedestrian safety and to increase bus connectivity, and to connect to the bikeway infrastructure and just promote activity and safety along the different modes of transportation. And the last section of the plan is the implementation and economic development section. And this is broken up into 4 categories, which is housing and development, business retention and support, community wealth and capacity building, and lastly, social infrastructure. So for housing and development, the Red Line Extension project area has a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing. So really focusing our strategy on preserving those existing housing stock, and then also leveraging city-owned land to maintain affordability in housing as well. The examples here on the right have the Connected Communities Ordinance, which just passed in July 22 of last year. And that is to promote equitable transit-oriented development along the whole city. So there are policy strategies we could take on, as well as we have an infill housing development program called Come Home, which could also be implemented in the station area. And then Shy Block Builder, which is our new platform to streamline city-owned land selling, the selling process of that as well. And it increases our transparency. But that is another program that can be utilized as well to promote new affordable housing. Second, we have business development, retention, and support. So the main strategies in this section are to retain and expand local businesses, attract new businesses, and promote existing cultural assets. And our examples here are the Old Fashioned Donuts, which is a very well-known business in our station area. Recently received an NOF grant last year, and this is a draft rendering of what the renovation of that restaurant will look like. And then our Shop Rosen event, which is ran by the Rosen Chamber, is an annual event that promotes local businesses and activity along the corridor. Then we have community wealth and capacity building. So we have strategies around access to education and workforce training so that residents and community members can have access to any new jobs and opportunities that come along, as well as supporting and promoting community wealth building models around co-op housing, worker cooperatives, and other community investment vehicles. Lastly, we have social infrastructure. So it's again about promoting wellness. I mentioned our Rosen Community Medical District plan that we have, and as well as increasing access to fresh foods and exploring different avenues to get more fresh foods into the station areas. And then the last is our implementation task force, which is the goal to have a multi-agency and department task force, as well as different community organizations and residents to all come together and bring forth the strategies presented in the plan. I want to end with a summary of our public comment period. So from February 12th to March 14th, we did release this plan for public comment. We'd had a lot of interaction both on social media, through the e-blast. We got over 60 comments. A majority of the comments were saying, we've been talking about this for many decades, just do it already. I'm tired of talking. So a lot of people want to see things starting to happen and actions being brought forth. We also have a number of letters of support and statements of support from local community organizations and coalitions. And some of the ways that we refined the plan based on that community feedback is we did add a section in the beginning acknowledging Chicago's historical inequities and why, there's factors that went into why this red line extension took so long to come online in the first place. So just acknowledging some of the historical aspects of the city, as well as additional historical context for 130th station area, refined language just to clarify some concepts, and then general document cleanup. We also did a survey of people that reviewed the plan, and 89% either supported or somewhat supportive of the plan in general. So it was overall support for the plan. And lastly, the next steps. So in the short term, as I mentioned before, we are trying to attract development to key catalyst sites within the station area, as well as implementing other economic development strategies. And then moving forward, this plan will be used as a framework to guide future development within the station areas. And DPD will continue to coordinate with CTA on the Red Line Extension project. And then ongoing communication and coordination with community residents and stakeholders and departments and agencies will ensure the success of the long-term vision and bring this plan to life. And with that, I propose the adoption of this Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan, and I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers signed up to speak. I'll call the names in the order we received them. Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson from the Near South Planning Board. Ms. Andrea Reed from Greater Roseland CC. Mr. Abraham Lazy from Far South CDC. And lastly, Mr. Butler Adams.
Ready?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Again, my name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. Our group has also had the opportunity to review plans for this 5.6 mile Red Line Extension project from the existing terminal at 95th Street to Dan Ryan and terminating at 130th Street. We appreciate the opportunity to weigh in today on such an important project and investment in transit for the city of Chicago. We totally agree that this extension is needed to better connect the south side of Chicago north to the Central City District and beyond that. And for that reason, we overwhelmingly support the extension. However, Near South Planning Board would like to note a concern regarding the large parcels of land within the proposed boundary that would not be available for any other TIF for 35 years short of a regulatory change, and feel it is necessary for the city to address this concern with the affected property owners. We expect the city to continue to work with our organization and other necessary groups in its continued outreach to property owners and stakeholders as plans progress. Having said that, Near South Planning Board has agreed to offer its support and approval of the plan and recommended adoption of the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan by the Chicago Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Adams?
There was somebody before me.
Oh, go right ahead. Ms. Reed?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Andrea Reed, Executive Director of the Greater Roseland Chamber of Commerce. The Greater Roseland Chamber of Commerce strives to develop innovative ways to increase commerce in the Roseland community through marketing, networking, business development, consultations, mentoring, educational workshops, sponsorship opportunities, and much more. It is our goal to play a supportive role in providing the resources necessary to empower existing businesses as well as aspiring entrepreneurs to strengthen economic vitality within our business community. We come before this body today to urge you to support the Red Line Extension Transit Development Plan, which acts as a guide for future community and economic development on Chicago's far south side. For far too long, the Roseland community has suffered from gross disinvestment, which has negatively impacted the quality of life in and around the community. This RLE TSD plan represents the community's vision for development along the RLE corridor, including the Roseland business community, which was once known as a shopping mecca, and a jewel on the south side. This long-awaited development will enhance economic vitality and increase mobility for transit-dependent individuals who require access to resources that will greatly improve their quality of life. It is imperative that the city focus and prioritize resources in the Red Line Extension footprint, and this plan will help guide those investments. Commissioners, I urge you, please adopt this plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Mr. Lacy?
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Abraham Lacy. I'm the president of the Far South Community Development Corporation. We're based in the Far South area. We do small business development, housing services, and some small real estate development. I am in full support of this transit supportive development plan, as I have been for the Red Line Extension for many, many years. We have been advocating for this to happen, where more than 150,000 plus people in the city have been neglected due to structural institutional racism. And this is an opportunity to bring this plan to life and to help the people on the far south side of Chicago. I cannot thank you enough to the CTA planning team, to the Chicago Department of Planning team, Department of Housing, and others who have brought this to fruition, and to you, aldermen, who brought this to fruition, the Red Line Extension. I have worked with people over many years who have now transitioned to a better life and to beyond, who are crying about this plan, who want to see this thing done. They remember a community that they had before, and now they're seeing it the way it is now. They need this plan to go forward. We need this plan to go forward. This is not an option for us. This is about survival for us. I think one of the biggest issues that we have, and I come encounter with, are residents who say, you know what, we open the papers every day and we see billions going into affluent areas. But when is our turn? And when I see this plan, and when I see this, it renews hope in what we can believe into, as we are one city, not two cities, not a tale of two cities. And I believe with all heart and honesty that many of you care about the city and you care about the people down on the far south side of Chicago. So please, let's not just adopt this plan, let's implement it with a sense of urgency, because people's lives depend upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams?
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this proposal, been following it for quite some time. There have been several informational presentations like this already, and I've spoken in favor of those. Just for the record, I am somewhat familiar with the area. I went to high school at St. Martin de Porres for a few years and then graduated from Southside College Prep, which is now Gwendolyn Brooks, back in '98. So wow, that's been 25 years. Ooh. But otherwise, no, this is a good plan. But one thing that I'm thinking of, again, I'm always pro density. Pullman has 50% less people than it did 40 years ago, and Roseland has about 25,000 people less than it did 40 years ago. So we really need to increase this density. And I'm looking at the proposal and the plans, and yes, you have like 4 and 5-story buildings. I think you can go farther. Earlier this year, there was a presentation at Chicago State University about the 95th Street corridor between like Cottage Grove and Halsted. I think you should do the same thing with 111th and 130th and 103rd Street, 2 miles on either side, a mile on either side of the transit stop. Looking at Metro Electric in the area, they have less than 250 people per day using those stations. So there needs to be a reason for this extension, which is $3.6 billion. There needs to be much more density. I'm looking at cities around the world, you know, London, Toronto, other cities in Canada and China. They really do a lot of density around their transit hubs. And I think that's something we should do here as well. I see you all have the circles around the new proposed stations. Well, what I would love to see is the whole map, the whole CTA system, along with Metro Electric, and do a circle corridor around all those stations, say, how can we densify all these areas? But in terms of this particular proposal, I am in favor of it. And that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Barkley?
As a member of the Chicago Plan Commission and chairman of the Chicago Transit Board, I'm pleased to be here today as the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan comes before the commission for adoption. The Red Line Extension will be the most transformative investment in CTA's history. Not only will the extension improve connections to jobs, education, and commerce on the far south side, it will also act as a catalyst for significant economic development. We already know that the Red Line Extension project will do wonders for those looking to travel outside of their neighborhoods for jobs and resources. But it is just as important, if not more, to make certain that we are creating policies and programs that encourage jobs and resources to flourish on the far south side. This plan is the culmination of a significant collaboration between the city, Chicago Transit Authority, and the city, in particular, the Department of Planning and Development. The process also incorporated a significant amount of community engagement and involved a number of thoughtful analysis. This coordinated interagency and community process is how we must approach equitable transit-oriented development as a city. It must be a shared and sustained effort. This plan is ultimately a roadmap for economic development on the far south side, which has suffered decades of disinvestment, which cannot be resolved overnight or by just one project. As a city, we need to make a concerted effort to reverse this disinvestment by continuing to prioritize and focus funding and resources on the far south side as we are making this substantial transit investment. We should continue to build upon the efforts in place for the Invest Southwest program, including the model of partnership between community members, local organizations, and city agencies. Coordination between plans will be important as well. The RLE Transit Supportive Development Plan is responsive to the Roseland Medical District Plan and to the Far South Chicago Coalition's Quality of Life Plan. The CTA will continue to play a major role in supporting equitable transit-oriented development. And the RLE Transit Supportive Development Plan is just one example. We will continue to partner with the city's planning and housing departments and the Cook County Land Bank Authority to help prioritize the use of publicly held parcels for equitable development around transit across the city. CTA has already pursued multiple grants to develop TOD plans in order to facilitate this coordination, and we will continue to play this role. The Red Line extension will be the single largest and most transformative investment in CTA's history. And the CTA is committed to working with the city to make sure this plan becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barclay. Commissioner Novara, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jasmine and CTA. I was thinking as I was looking at your images, Jasmine, that so much of our current CTA system was built out for so long that the land near the stations does not always represent the land use that we would wish for it today. So like my own blue line that I use has very low density townhomes surrounding it, for instance, which we just wouldn't do today. So what's exciting here is that we have the chance to build out this space after having passed the Connected Communities Ordinance and with the kind of commitment to a mix of uses with density near these stations. I think it really will be nothing short of transformational for the far south side. And you and many others have noted here today how long overdue this is. I think we can all agree this is a transit access issue. It's a jobs access issue. It's a racial equity issue. It is all of those things. I'm really excited to be in this role in this moment to be able to vote for it. So thank you.
Thank you. No, I too want to congratulate the team, both CTA and DPD. I think this has been a model of cross-agency collaboration to be able to plan the transit, but to anticipate the inclusive development that we'd like to see transit engender. It's really, really great to see this. It's been 2 years of planning, and Jasmine and the Far South team have really led the way. So just thank you. I do think the question about the appropriate density is still an ongoing conversation. We know, for example, in Bronzeville at 43rd and Green, 43rd and Green, phases 1 and 2 have 10-story buildings next to that CTA line. The conversation and what we see here is a negotiation with residents who haven't seen a 10-story building built in their community in decades. So it's a more gentle density next to transit. It is mixed use. And I think over the coming months, actually, the community will be able to see what the variety of densities look like. And I think leading with 115th Street, that site, I think we can anticipate the architects and the development teams that are exploring what the ETOD looks like. Are gonna present to the community that wide range of options. So I think that conversation that Butler Adams would like to have will be had in the coming months. But I do think that to have a growth plan for an area this far south of our city is a real milestone, and to see it, advancing adaptive reuse, infill housing, ownership, as well as mixed-use development is the right model. So I'm just looking forward to seeing this work move forward. I did want to note that there are a couple of pieces that still have to be fixed. One is the transit TIF to support the infrastructure for the Red Line extension did not actually include an increment that could be used for economic development at the stations. And it absolutely must be amended to allow for the necessary TIF dollars that are needed to make any of that development happen. And I know that Dorval Carter made a commitment to doing that. We're talking about literally a line or two, but it has to be adopted by the legislature. So that's an absolutely important piece. And certainly I think this TIF will spin off enough increment to support economic development. So I think that's something that the new administration will have to be briefed on and hopefully will advocate for as a part of their legislative priorities. So I suspect that Commissioner Biaggi would probably say the same thing about all those new streetscapes that are being shown in the plans, some which are funded and some which are not. But I think, again, this allows us to see what the future is and try to plan accordingly. So it's doing its job of raising the right issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Any other comments or questions by the commissioners? Yeah.
I'm just very excited where this project is. Over the years, I've too heard it working in government for many, many years. So it's very exciting to be in this body and to see this moving forward. And just on behalf of Park District, I know that we want to be strong partners and will be strong partners as we continue to think about the use of space and use of vacant space and how parks could continue to be strong anchors in communities to strengthen communities and be part of the overall renovation and extension of this line. So congratulations to the team. And I'm too excited because I just over the years have heard it over and over. And here we are making tons of progress. I'm excited to be here and kudos to everyone that's worked on this. So just a couple lessons learned from like my part as well. So I had a client actually in Washington Heights who was able to allocate $2.5 million in order to revitalize a building on his corridor. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the way you look at it, the CREATE program came in and their building that they were going to renovate is actually on the path where it needs to be demolished. So I think that a lot of coordination between a lot of the different agencies with all the different programming is definitely needed. And some sort of overlay, like overlay the NOF grantees, overlay all the investment that is currently happening in these communities, just to make sure that you're not going to surprise anyone, as my client was surprised. That's one comment. Another comment is also for the residents. Recommendation is to work with the Department of Buildings and see who's pulling permits, what investments are currently going on. Because if any of this involves demolition of any, structures or buildings, and they're currently investing in it, it's important for everyone to be open and transparent as well. The other comment that I had is that those that also are receiving NOF grants, work with them, because they're working very hard to make their projects a realization, and that technical support that you can offer, having perhaps a consistent project manager or owner's representative to help them walk through this process and ensure that this actually occurs, right? That their project is actually viable. They already have a leg up because of the investment, but more often than not, additional investment is needed in those projects. Last comment is that as an architect and a structural engineer by training, I wonder about all the miles of land beneath the red line. How is that being utilized? Is there any potential programming for that, or where community members can come in and utilize that space? That's something that I would love to see also in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Soto. Is Alderman Beal or Alderman Mosley or their staff members here to make a statement, or is a position letter on file from either one? Okay, thank you. But neither one is here, correct? Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions by the commissioners?
The CTA and DPD did an hour briefing with the new Alderman Mosley on the CTA project just yesterday, because 2 of the 4 stations are in his ward, and he expressed obviously support, but he hasn't. I mean, it's literally 2 days since he's been in office. He hasn't formalized his his support, but he is well aware of the project and very excited to be receiving this investment.
Thank you for that information. Well, with that, do I have a motion on proposed resolution to adopt the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Novara. Do I have a second?
Biagi.
Second by Commissioner Biagi. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley, I know you're recusing from this one. Thank you. Commissioner Biagi, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett, I think has stepped out. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Stepped out. Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Was that an abstain? Yes, okay, thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbeck? Thank you. Did I miss anybody? No, okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Hey.
We do have hard copies for any commissioners who want one. Just raise your hand and Colin will bring them out.
I'll pass them around to the commissioners after this item.
Thank you. And now we're going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to go on to item 6 on the agenda. A proposed amendment to Plan Development 1092 submitted by Alderman Riley for the property generally located at 220 through 228 West Illinois Street. The applicant proposes to amend Business Plan Development 1092 by adding language to PD statements number 5 and number 12, giving further clarification to the area labeled Urban Garden on the plan development exhibits. No other changes and no construction are proposed as part of this amendment. This is item A-8830, and this is in the 42nd Ward. Noah Safranek will provide the context overview and present the proposal.
Good morning. I promise this will be briefer than the last two. For the record, my name is Noah Safranek. I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 218 to 220 West Illinois Street. It's located within the near north side community area of the 42nd Ward. The applicant, Alderman Brendan Riley, has proposed an amendment to Plan Development 1092 for the purposes of clarifying text associated with the current plan development. The subject site is situated at the northeast corner of the intersection of North Franklin Street and West Illinois Street, highlighted in the teal rectangle above. The site is currently divided into 3 pieces. The furthest to the east is a residential condominium building. In the middle is a rehabilitated historical firehouse, and at the west side, an urban garden. Another image of that site, this time looking northwest along Illinois Street. The amendment today is focused on language surrounding the urban garden portion of the site. On this slide are 2 images. On the left side, looking due north along Illinois, and on the right side, an image from Franklin looking north and east. The urban garden area was indicated with such a label on the site plan that was included with the improved plan development recommended for approval by the Plan Commission and ultimately adopted by the City Council in 2007. On this slide are 2 specific changes proposed to the language of Statements 5 and Statement 12 of the plan development, shown in underline. This language is intended to clarify the use of an urban garden and to ensure that it continues to be open and accessible to the public during typical park hours of 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. No other changes and no construction is contemplated as part of the amended application. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant. We've concluded that the proposed amendment to the plan development is appropriate and that the proposed amendment, which includes further clarification of the term urban garden, which appears on the previously adopted plan development exhibits, would not have an adverse impact on any of the surrounding uses. The further clarification would provide permanence to the use as it exists and has been continually operated as since 2007. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Plan Development 1092 be recommended for approval and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. I stand ready for any questions. I know Alderman Riley is also in attendance to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or comments by the commissioners? Nope. Alderman Riley.
Thank you. I'll be brief, and I apologize for troubling the Plan Commission with this amendment. This was actually one of the very first plan developments that I negotiated when I was elected in 2007. And it was a complex one. It involved a landmark structure, the firehouse, and a proposal to erect a tall and dense residential rental building. None of the neighbors were terribly thrilled with the proposal initially, so we went through a lot of negotiation. But it was actually this very project where I cut my teeth on the idea of delivering public benefits when we add greater density to neighborhoods, and public benefits we expect the private developer to deliver. So this actually marked the beginning of a 16-year career of leveraging private development for public good. But unfortunately, the language that was used in two of the PD statements back in 2007 was just vague enough for the developer to try and find ways to skirt around it. It was important to me that there be some public open space afforded here. As you all know, 42nd Ward is heavily built. There are not a lot of opportunities for small areas of respite, but this presented one. And so we were negotiating this with the developer, and they begrudgingly agreed to allow this to be an urban garden to serve as public open space during regular Park District hours. However, we did not specifically memorialize that in the PD statements. Clearly, we should have, because over the last 16 years, that developer has sent various lawyers back to City Hall seeking minor changes to this PD to eventually get to a point where they could privatize this and turn it into a patio for a restaurant. Certainly that is not in the spirit of what was negotiated here. So we are here today simply to clarify those points with more specific language in the PD. But that was always the legislative intent, and that was certainly on the record during the zoning committee hearings related to this project. So thank you, and I'd appreciate your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Any comments or questions? I do know from personal experience, walking by that site every day, that nobody uses it because it is gated and locked. So hopefully that will change. Okay. So do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Plan Development 1092 submitted by Alderman Riley for the property generally located at 220-228 West Illinois Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Lyons. Do I have a second? Okay. Second by Commissioner Wagensbeck. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay stepped away. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Escareño? Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Stepped away. And Commissioner Wagensbeck. Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, back to item number 3. The next item on the agenda is D3, a proposed residential plan development submitted by Mercy Housing, Inc. for the property generally located at 1801-1809 South Wabash Avenue and 1800-1806 South Michigan Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District and DR3 Downtown Residential District to a unified DR5 Downtown Residential District. Prior to establishing the residential plan development, the plan development will support the redevelopment of an existing 6-story, 62-foot tall building at 1801 South Wabash with 100 dwelling units, and the construction of a 5-story, 60-foot tall building at 1800 South Michigan containing 50 dwelling units, a total of 18 accessory vehicular parking spaces and 150 bicycle parking spaces will be provided. The overall FAR of the development will not exceed 3.7. This is item 21125, and this is in the 3rd ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. As you stated, the applicant proposes to rezone the site generally located at 1800 South Michigan and 1801 South Wabash from DR3, that's Downtown Residential District, and DX5, Downtown Mixed Use District, to a unified DR5, then to a residential plan development. The proposed plan development will support the rehabilitation of an existing 6-story, 62-foot tall building at 1801 South Wabash, which will contain 100 dwelling units, and the construction of a new 5-story building, which will be 60-foot tall at 1800 South Michigan Avenue, which will contain 50 dwelling units. As you stated, the project will provide a total of 18 vehicular parking spaces and 150 bicycle spaces with a maximum FAR of 3.7. The subject site is located in the near South Side community area of the 3rd ward. The museum campus is located immediately north and east of the site. McCormick Place Convention Center is located to its southeast, and the 78 is situated to the northwest. The site is well served by transit and located approximately 1,600 feet from the CTA's Cermak Green Line station. And it is immediately located adjacent to multiple CTA high-capacity bus routes. As a transit-oriented development, no parking is required on this site. According to CMAP data from 2020, the race and ethnicity background of the population in the community area is 50% white, 23% Hispanic or Latino, 17% Black, and 7% Asian. Household income in the community area is $116,000, which is roughly double that of the city. Goals for the area identified in the Central Area Plan of 2003 and the Central Area Action Plan of 2009 include continuing the development of the area as a mixed-use urban neighborhood to contain a mix of residential, retail, commercial, recreational, and institutional uses, and this proposal supports these goals. The proposed PD consists of 2 sub-areas as seen here in the red rectangular indicators. Both rectangularly shaped sites are located on the south side of West 18th Street between South Michigan and South Wabash Avenue. The site is bisected by a public alley which runs north and south. The predominant land uses in this portion of the near south side include multifamily residential, commercial, institutional, and open spaces. Now I will turn the presentation over to the applicant, Steve Friedland, who represents Mercy Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. For the record, my name is Steve Friedland. I'm an attorney with Applegate and Thorne Thompson here representing Mercy Housing. I have with me today from Mercy Housing, the Regional Director of Real Estate, Edgar Flagg, and our architect, Anthony Akindele, who will present the plan. Before I go on, I just want to mention one thing that Heidi mentioned about this being transit served. I think you mentioned the Red Line station. There's also a Green Line station that we're within the proper distance of, and the 18th Street Metro station. So this is a very, very well-served transit location. The process that Mercy undertook, and those of you who have been in Chicago for a while, I'm assuming you know that Mercy Housing is a very experienced provider of affordable housing. They're a not-for-profit corporation. They're one of the nation's largest affordable housing organizations, and Mercy's roots are really in Chicago. Lakefront SRO, which is one of the predecessor organizations of Mercy, was one of the pioneers in developing tax credit affordable housing in the city. The process that Mercy undertook really had three distinct components to it. One was stakeholder communications, which really involved dealing with organizations in the city that have an interest in this area, including the Near South Planning Board, the Prairie District Neighborhood Alliance, the Department of Housing, IDA, the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund. That process has been going on for a few years now. The second component of the community process was neighborhood communications. Mercy has worked with Alderman Dowell on this project and other neighbors and faith communities within the community. There have been presentations to the community and discussions with the neighbors. And the last is the building communication. And that's because, as Heidi mentioned, this is an opportunity to rehabilitate and continue a wonderful asset, which is the Studios Apartments at Wabash, which has a total of 170 possible SRO units. It's currently occupied to about 150 units. And this will allow for the rehab of that building with 150 efficiency units, and then the construction of new affordable on the Michigan Avenue side of 50 units. So there was a lot of conversation that's been going on with the residents of that building, who are obviously very concerned about what will happen to an existing building that they live in. Our project timeline, we filed the plan development the end of last year in September. We've been working with Heidi and Noah and the DPD team for several months on design issues and other components of the development. And our plan is now to hopefully move past this stage of zoning approval and get to our permits in June, and ultimately to a financial closing. The project is going to be financed with City of Chicago tax credits. So we will eventually do a financial closing and be able to build the building from there. This is just a general overview of the building. You can see the building that's in the forefront is the existing Wabash apartment building. There really will be no significant change to that structure. And then along Michigan Avenue is the new property. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Akindele from NIA Architects and ask him to run through the plan.
Thank you, Steve. For the record, my name is Anthony Akindele with the NIA Architects. We've been working closely for the last couple of years with Edgar and Department of Housing in bringing this project to the stage it is now, and also work with closely with Alderman Pat Dowell too. That was very instrumental in actually introducing and helping with the ETOD ordinance that help us to really reduce the amount of parking spaces that we have. So again, what you're looking at is the site context, looking at the context along 18th and Michigan Avenue. The existing building is on 18th and Wabash. The new construction will be on 18th on Michigan Avenue. Looking at the juxtaposition of those two buildings together, the foreground here is the new construction on Michigan Avenue, and the other one is the SRO on Wabash on 18th Street. Excuse me. On the existing one, we are reconfiguring the ground floor units. Again, the structure stays as is. We are doing most of the work in the interior of the facility. So we'll be reconfiguring mostly the interior space. We are, again, currently it's 35 units of SRO per floor. So this is now going to be deconverted to 100 units total of efficiency units There will be about, 20 units per floor on 5 levels. The ground floor is mostly for management, community spaces, and for mechanical and laundry and fitness facility. Again, putting the 2 buildings side by side, to the right is Wabash, to the left is Michigan Avenue, and there's an alley that separates the 2 buildings from one another. Currently, the Michigan site is actually a parking lot, but now we're just gonna improve that building with a 5-story, 50 units building. We working with DPD, we basically limits the number of palettes into 3 colors, which is, again, if you look at the sidewalk experience, use that as a dark gray building, which activates the ground floor sidewalk experience along 18th and Michigan Avenue. I live just close by the site, and on weekends and whenever it's activities or sports at Soldiers Field, that 18th Street is access for most people going to Soldiers Field and people going into Prairie District Historia. So we looked at that as a gateway for the sports and the Prairie Avenue District. So the colors are basically, 3 palettes that are in contextual with the existing and surrounding buildings around the site. So we work closely with the DPD in making sure that we are very contextual in our selection of the materiality and in terms of the color palette as well. This is a view of the 18th, looking on 18th Street. You can see, again, we have 3 different colors and the windows fenestrations that are there. So we can able to see how the ground floor, new landscaping, and the sidewalk experience along 18th and Michigan Avenue experiences really, shared. And this is looking east on 18th and how the building is really nested within the existing context and the existing building. So we try successfully to just not be the south tomb within the context. Again, this is north facade of the new construction, the Michigan Avenue building, again, limited to 3 color palettes. Ground floor is all activated with fenestration, be able to see what's happening behind the glass on the ground floor, have the sidewalk experience. Above that is 4 levels of residential units with, again, we use 3 color palettes and Juliet balconies so that during this nice weather that the residents of the building can actually have natural ventilation, open their windows, open their doors, and experience natural ventilation. This is looking east elevation, again, by the alley. You can also, Michigan Avenue, so that you can also see the experience along 18th Street and the adjacent neighbor. On the ground floor, again, we kind of put activities that are going to be activated on the ground floor along Michigan Avenue is the fitness and the yoga studio. And then as you turn the corner, we pay closely attention to the corners of the 18th and Michigan, so you can be able to kind of have a very nice experience. And then on 18th Street is where you have the management offices, management facilities, laundry room, and as well as the water meter room. As Steve mentioned, there are about 14 ground floor parking spaces that are provided with addition to our mechanical and electrical room, as well as a trash room. Typical floors are about 13 units per floor with 1s and 2 bedrooms, and it's about 37 1 bedroom and 13 2 bedrooms. Because this is a zero lot line site, at the south side, we have an adjacent neighbor, so we built the ground floor, lot line to lot line. However, on the second floor, we're able to set back on the south side so that you can, again, not be as closely to your neighbor as much as possible. And we attempt to put a green roof on the second floor so that it's non-accessible green roof anyway. In a typical floor, on the fifth floor, we have created a community room as well as an outdoor patio space. So this community room and patio space kind of have the northeast view, so a view of downtown. So you can, at your 18s, you'll be able to see partially, some of the downtown views. Here is the existing SRO building on Wabash. Again, we are really not touching the exterior of the building, but we are providing new windows. The existing facade, existing brick stays as is. I'm sorry, this is the elevations of the Michigan. This is the south elevation that you were looking at. And this is just the black and white drawings. And then on the roof, we are trying to provide a green roof on the roof if possible. Building sections, first floor is 15 feet and the typical floor is about 10'6" per floor. And cross sections of the building. This is a detail of how the Juliet balconies and the transition that again during the warmer weather you're able to open your windows and experience the outdoor. So bringing outdoor inside. As mentioned, we limit ourselves to 3 color palettes: red brick and light buff gray brick, and the dark gray iron spot brick at the base. In terms of the amenities, the facade is contextual with the existing partial green roof, 5th floor outdoor terrace, and on the Wabash, because it's an existing, so we improve the courtyard with new amenities, playground for infants and kids, as well as outdoor recreation within the existing courtyard. In terms of the sustainability development policy on the new construction, we are targeting the Enterprise Green Energy Star certification. And it's also worth to mention, though, that the Michigan Avenue is all a decarbonized building. So there are no fossil fuel in the building. All the building is fully electric. And the Wabash building, we are, all options path, but at the same token, we are going to strive to get to Enterprise Green as well as, application to ComEd Energy Grant, because that has an existing gas service. So we fully decarbonize the building presently, but at a future date, there is the electrified ready building at a future date where they can convert that particular building into all electric building. And with that, I'll pass to Steve.
Thank you, Anthony. Again, for the record, Steve Friedland with Applegate and Thorne Thompson. As far as affordability, and I do want to make sure I didn't misspeak earlier, there are going to be 100 units in the existing building and 50 units in the new building, so 150 units total. All 150 units will be affordable, and the project is going to be using income averaging, which the commissioners likely know 60% AMI is the standard limit for affordable units. But if a project averages 60% of AMI over all of its units, then some of the units can be actually rented up to 80% AMI. And this is beneficial for this development because there's actually some residents in the existing studios who exceed the 60% AMI limit right now. So what this will allow Mercy to do is to continue to rent to some of those people, even though they're beyond the current income level of 60% AMI. But again, all 150 units will be affordable. There are, we believe, significant public benefits included in the project. The slide presents it, and they're really sort of grouped into employment opportunities with construction jobs and permanent jobs that will be created. There will be a preservation of these affordable units, which we think is a very important component of the project. And there is a great deal of diversity in the development. We're committed to the city's goals of 26 and 6 for MBE, WBE, and 50% participation from Chicago residents. Also, as we note here, the developer as a nonprofit, our architecture firm, and our GC are all BIPOC developments. With that, I'll hand it back to Heidi, and we'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Steve. Heidi Sperry with DPD. For the record, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed residential plan development complies with all plan development standards and guidelines, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of use, density, building scale, and the project is adequately served by the existing public infrastructure facilities. Finally, the project is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for a residential plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Finally, I'd like to note for the record that the Near South Planning Board has submitted a letter of support for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And we do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, and it's Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson from the Near South Planning Board.
Thank you. Thank you again. For the record, my name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. And as mentioned, I have submitted my letter of support. We are truly pleased with the evolution of this project at 1801 to 07 South Wabash and 1800 to 1806 South Michigan since our first review of the preliminary plans in early 2022. We appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with our organization and surrounding groups and considering our recommendations and incorporating them into this proposal. Near South Planning Board believes this new building proposed fits in character to the surrounding area and complements the design of the existing structure on Wabash, yet provides a fresh, aesthetically pleasing look to the site. We applaud them for the comprehensive services they provide to the residents and the sincere focus on security for the tenants and surrounding community. We do not believe there would be any adverse effect to this development, and we wholeheartedly support it and recommend approval by the Chicago Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Novara?
Thank you. Hi, you all. Good to see you again. I am especially pleased to see this project because we announced our $1 billion funding round in a really crowded tent in a really lovely alley between these two buildings, truly the nicest alley I've ever hung out in. And we purposefully selected this space because we were excited to celebrate an existing permanent supportive housing building that was being reinvested in and re-upped for another round, and then the creation of new housing on a parking lot, which we'd love to see. And so really glad to revisit the memory of that day with Alderwoman Dowell and you all, and really glad to see this coming to fruition. I look forward to voting for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, I am assuming for the building that is being renovated that there are existing tenants, right? The renovation is going to relocate them temporarily or is going to be in place?
Hello, Commissioners and all. Edgar Flagg, Vice President, Mercy Housing Lakefront. Yes, to your question, there will be some temporary relocations and permanent relocations involved in this. The building will be renovated and will have less studio units than currently exist. And so there will not be a place for every tenant. Our goal is to keep all of the subsidized units. We are making accommodations with the income averaging mentioned for some of those tenants that would be able to qualify. And we are committed and working with city and other partners to first try to keep anyone not offered a unit in the existing building in the community, primarily utilizing a building that we also have in the 3rd Ward at 15th and Wabash, another studios building or PSH, permanent supportive housing building. And so we're going to look toward that. Many of our residents are very interested in wanting to stay in the Mercy property. And so we do have other properties and we're working with the different programs and parts so that we can try to accommodate them first in the community or in the Mercy housing building, but always at their choice and following uniform relocation.
I appreciate that because I think it's important to exhaust your efforts in terms of preserving the existing residents because they need to benefit from this beauty, right? Not because you're making something better, they need to be permanently relocated. So I appreciate that. So my other question is then for the new construction, I am assuming Mercy already has a list of potential individuals. And the reason that I'm asking is that I would like to see if there is an opportunity to do some community and marketing outreach to the Latino community that is in surrounding area and the Chinatown community, which is also in the surrounding area, because permanent supportive housing, it's clearly needed for anyone, any gender, any color of the skin, right?
Yes.
So I would like to know if you guys are going to have the opportunity to bring new residents, maybe coming from other nearby communities.
Definitely would like to. We see that this redevelopment will be able to offer it to the surrounding area, which when you look at our primary market area, it includes Pilsen, Chinatown, all that you mentioned, and really a diverse mix of races, cultures, and such. So we look forward to that. It's been conversations early on how do we increase the diversity of the community and do all the other goals, such as preserving and working with the existing residents. So we like to.
Okay, so I hope to hear from you when the marketing is ready, because as you know, I work for the Resurrection Project, so I would love to connect you with opportunities to have some residents coming from Pilsen and also connect you with some of the existing organizations in Chinatown.
Love it. Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And with regard to the current building employees, will they also be retained in the new project? And is there a
Yes.
plan there?
Yeah. So the building was developed in '95 and is owned now by another nonprofit. Mercy Housing is the manager, and so we are effectively the staffer of the persons there. And so they are working with us on the renovation planning and in the community. They will remain, and we plan to bring on more services staff. So it'll actually, you may have seen in the slide, will increase the number of employees post-construction.
Alderwoman Dowell, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to the members of the Plan Commission. I just wanted to address a comment that you made, Commissioner. The building has some diversity in it now, and we're pleased to continue to ask those kind of questions and address what you said. So I wanted to let you know that. Mercy Housing for their extensive conversation in the community and with my office. The South Loop, as everyone knows, is a diverse community, and I'm delighted to support this application because we need additional affordable housing on Michigan Avenue, on South Michigan Avenue, just across the street from where right now market rate housing is being built. So I'm very excited about this development. I'm also look forward to continuing to work with Mercy Housing because they've been very good managers of affordable housing in my ward generally. And I want to thank NIA Architects for actually enlivening this corner, which is right now dead. So I want to thank the Department of Housing and the Department of Planning for their work on this effort. And I ask this commission to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions by the commissioners? With that, do I have a motion on a proposed residential plan development submitted by Mercy Housing, Inc. for the property generally located at 1801-1809 South Wabash Avenue and 1800-1806 South Michigan Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Novara. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Reyes. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. And I have a recusal for Commissioner Soto. Thank you. And lastly, Commissioner Wagensbeck. Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1300 West Carroll Owner LLC for the property generally located at 1300 West Carroll Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M2-3 Light Industry District to a DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District prior to establishing the residential business plan development to permit the construction of a two-phase development consisting of a 515-foot tall mixed-use office and residential building containing 361 dwelling units, 249 accessory parking spaces, office space, open space in a sub-area A, and a 418-foot tall mixed-use building containing 380 residential units, 156 parking spaces, open space and ground floor commercial and retail uses in a sub-area B, together with accessory and incidental uses. A 3.0 FAR bonus will be taken and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 10.0. This is item 20866, and this is in the 27th Ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fernando Espinosa with Department of Planning and Development. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer any questions from the commission after today's presentation. The site is located in the Deer Woods community area and located within the boundaries of the Fulton Market Innovation District approved by Plan Commission in February of 2021. According to CBAM data, the total population of the Near West Side community area is approximately 67,881. The top three employment category sectors are healthcare at 14.9, professional services at 13.7, administration at 11.3, and the median age is 31.7. Now we'll turn over the presentation to Ms. Katie Janky Dale, who represents the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. Along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant for this matter, which is an affiliate of Sterling Bay. With me today are representatives from Sterling Bay, SOM, the project architect, and KLOA, the traffic engineer. The site is located in the Fulton Market Innovation District and is well served by the CTA and area amenities shown on this slide. This slide shows the surrounding zoning, which includes a number of approved land developments that are either under construction or previously approved. Here's an aerial view of the site from the northeast, which shows the 3 parcels within the planned development east and west of Elizabeth Street. This slide shows the same existing context at the pedestrian level, specifically at the southeast corner of Ogden and Ada looking south and the northwest corner of Carroll and Elizabeth looking north. Here's the future surrounding context and aerial view, which shows the proposed buildings surrounded by the other approved developments in the area. As SOM will detail shortly, the team worked very closely with DPD on the building siting to fit within this future surrounding context. And here's that same view from the south. The project is subject to the West Loop design guidelines and the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. Compliance with these 2 planning documents will be detailed later in the presentation. As we always do in the 27th Ward, we engaged in a robust community process, including presenting to the various impacted community groups and holding a community-wide meeting that was co-hosted by the alderman in February. We also had many meetings with DPD, which resulted in the changes outlined on this slide and which Ryan Culligan from SOM will run through in more detail. Ryan?
Good afternoon, commissioners and all those here. For the record, my name is Ryan Culligan from Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. As Katie just outlined, this has been a multi-year process with the team from DPD and the community groups to improve both the design and also the benefits for the community. A few of those benefits indicated on the bottom right of the slide include a revision of FAR from 11.5 down to 10, a change in building typology from bar buildings to point buildings to increase the space between them and to drive more light down to the public realm, a increase by more than 60% of open space for the public, and the provision of a partial below-grade parking deck. It's a phased development, and we're going to be focusing primarily on the design for phase 1, indicated on this slide by the light blue color. It's mixed use, vertically stacked with an office at the base of the building and residential above. Also included in the phase 1 development is a pocket park indicated on the northeast portion of the plan, labeled Carroll Green, and a linear green space that flanks the east edge of Elizabeth Street. The phase 2 development, shown here in darker blue, shows a plaza mid-block fronting Carroll Avenue and a future building on the southwest corner of the site. On the right indicates a massing in blue, the phase 1 development that we propose, and the design will be discussed today. And in the bottom left indicates basically the areas and metrics for parking, floor area, and unit counts by phase and overall. The design was heavily inspired by the history of the site. This is the site of the former wheat mill silo. The materials and the forms of those previous buildings have informed our design approach. The overall development for phase 1, shown here on the right, references those curvilinear forms from those silos, both at the street on the office building, that's the bottom third of the building shown, and also at the top of the building with expressive curvilinear elements at the crown. Cementitious materials and aluminum cladding that reference the site's history are incorporated throughout. This is a view hovering above Elizabeth Street from the east, looking towards a residential drop-off. The office building, clad in cementitious cladding, is rising above with terraces biased east. Then the residential portion of the building steps back above a large outdoor terrace above. This view taken at eye level from Carroll Avenue looks north, and you can see the curvilinear bay windows that look up and down Carroll, and a widened sidewalk with retail arcade that provides extra room for pedestrians as they walk around the building. This view taken from the north end of Elizabeth Street looks back down the street towards the residential entrance. Landscape and a pedestrian safe environment includes both hardscape and a mix of diverse plantings incorporating native grasses and areas for people to sit. Site plan here shows each of the kind of key arrival moments. Residential access for this project is proposed to be off of the Elizabeth Court, the northern terminus of Elizabeth Street. The metro tracks, not pedestrian accessible to the north. On Carroll Avenue, the primary office entrance is proposed, and then the phase 2 development is indicated on the southwest portion of the site. All vehicles are made accessible to the development on the northwest corner of the site off of Ada. We're going to work our way from the bottom of the building up towards the top for each of the typical plans. The ground floor, as you can see, is designed such that front of house spaces, retail, amenities, and lobbies front the public realm and the sidewalks where people are walking. Parking, back of house, and loading is biased to the north of the site, flanking the metro tracks. Moving up to a typical parking level, the parking deck that is above grade, again, is biased towards the north with office space on the southern portion of the site. And then above the parking deck, a sizable outdoor terrace made accessible to building tenants rises basically on the northern portion of the site, and this floor is used by both residential and office tenants. Above that, the office terrace has a setback as the lower portion of the building sets back to the higher portion of the building. And the two typical plans for the higher portion of the building, on the left, the typical residential plan, and on the right, a rooftop amenity level for residential tenants. Here are a couple of elevations, one from the south and one for the north, that shows the buildings, its massings, and the key programs as they relate to building height. And a building section which indicates proposed uses by level. On the ground floor, a mix of lobby, amenity, retail. Above that, office, and above that, residential. We're going to walk around to talk about the proposed typical facade types for each of the program components. The parking facade is proposed to be textured metal infill panels with cementitious cladding towards the base. The office facade, cementitious cladding on the solid elements, both on the bayed portion on the south and the more flat portion on the east and west, with high-performing glass and a perforated aluminum shading proposed on the southern facade. The residential portion of the building above switches materials compliant basically with the West Loop design guidelines, utilizing some of the materials found in both the neighborhood and the previous history of the site, with perforated balustrades on outdoor terraces and aluminum cladding the building structure. The crown facade is a textured metal panel along those shaped curvilinear elements that biased to all directions, east, north, and south, with the terrace directly below. A traffic study has been completed, and it has been found that the existing street system has adequate capacity to accommodate the traffic that will be generated by the proposed development. And a diagram that indicates the movements around site, put a fine point on a point that I mentioned before. All vehicles, in the interest of pedestrian safety, are positioned basically at a curb cut off of Ada Street on the northwest portion of the site. All passenger vehicles and all loading vehicles move into and out of the site at that one location so that pedestrians can walk safely along all other portions of the proposed design. A few notes about how we see this design as compliant with the West Loop design guidelines. Both the materials and the composition, we believe, are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Significant amount of open space that is connected is being provided for public use in both phase 1 and phase 2. The buildings are designed such that they are spaced as far apart as possible across the site and are shaped with thinness to create as much public light down to the public realm. The roofscapes are designed with multiple terraces to calibrate to the surrounding context so that the low, middle, and higher roof eaves speak to the key datums surrounding the site. And program, as I mentioned, is oriented so that the front of house spaces front the public realm and the back of house spaces front the areas of the site that are not publicly accessible. We also see this development on the edge of the Ogden corridor as being compliant with the design guideline that calls for a gateway project basically on the western edge to signal the western edge of the West Loop. There are lofty sustainability ambitions for both of the program uses, both LEED Silver and Green Globes is being targeted with 80% waste diversion, bike share sponsorship, EV readiness, and more than 50% of the roofscapes proposed as green roof. For stormwater management, all engineering and design is meant to exceed or meet all of the best practices established by the BMPs and Chicago City Code. And with that, I will turn it back to my colleague, Katie.
Thanks, Ryan. The project is subject to the 2021 ARO and the FMID is located within the FMID north of Lake. Phase 1 of the project will have 72 units on site, and the applicant has initiated the process, the intake process with DOH to explore the ability to increase that by an additional 36 units with city assistance per that plan. In addition to the open space or open green space detailed previously, phase 1 will contribute over 4.2 million to the neighborhood opportunity bonus and which is allocated as shown here on the slide and will create approximately 1,000 construction jobs. I'll now turn the presentation back over to DPD to conclude, but first want to thank DPD, the Alderman community, and other stakeholders and departments for their work on this project the last couple of years. Our team is available to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinosa with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project material submitted and has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for this site for the following reasons. The proposed development is in conformance with the West Loop design guidelines approved and adopted by Plan Commission in 2021. It also meets the requirements of the code regarding the selected use, bulk, and development standards. Proposed development complies with the standards and guidelines of 17-8-0900. The planned development should also be designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort, which is evident by the building's design. Finally, please refer to the department's staff report for further details for the proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator and DPD that the application for 1300 West Carroll be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council, Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. This concludes the department's presentation. Staff of the development team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. And we do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Butler Adams.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I wanted to say I was in favor of this proposal. Been following it for quite some time. It came before the Committee on Design not too long ago. There was a recent neighborhood meeting that I attended. So this has come a long way since it was first basically announced, and it has transformed. One thing that I will say that disappoints me once again is a reduction of density, because you have gone from, what was it? Where's my number at? Basically went from 971 units to 741 for the whole site. That's basically a reduction of about 45 affordable dwelling units for the whole project. So personally, I would like to see in phase two that be restored and just go taller for phase two. In terms of Sterling Bay, I know a long time ago, there was discussion about retaining those silos. That didn't happen. So as compensation for the city and people who like architecture and history, and I mentioned this before at one of the previous meetings, perhaps you all can buy the old Luce Restaurant and Tide House on Lake Street and restore that and bring it back to life. It was preserved. It was basically saved from being torn down, but it's falling into great disrepair. And I would love to see that project saved. I didn't know we were going back to this format, so I'm going to have to leave because my mom died last week. So I have to go to the wake and bury her tomorrow. So
Sorry about
other
that.
two projects as well, and I know those are just formalities right now. Just want to read her name into the record because I brought her here a few times because I like to do this. And I brought her to the meeting for St. Regis and she met Jeannie Gang. So she, came down here and she was a teacher for over 30 years and she was at CPS. So I just want to read my mom's name into the record. Janetta Marie Adams. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that. Any comments or questions by the commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Biaggi, followed by Commissioner Reyes.
Right, thank you. Thank you for the work thinking about the public realm and connections. Obviously, it's a little bit challenged, that site, we understand, and the growth of the area and with the density, how do we connect with where we do have things like transit? I just want to make sure that we're of the same understanding with the site plan that the sort of canoe paddle shape of the cul-de-sac is going to change. It needs to conform with our 50-foot width. We're concerned that that would be turned into a parking lot with not only the geometry, but that it's reducing opportunities, frankly, for some pedestrian connection. And then that little nub that heads toward the Metro tracks, we just want to confirm that we'll be working with you to make sure that that design does not make it seem like the kind of public space that Alderman Riley was here to pull back, which is one that gets absorbed by the neighbors and doesn't feel like there's public access, and that it's not built out so much that when that potential Metro access comes, we're not unwinding it. So appreciate all the attention to detail. I know you're working with my team on this. Just want to get it on the record that that piece, which is very important, will change. You can confirm that for me if you want.
Fred Kroll with Sterling Bay for the record. Yes, Commissioner, we have been working on some last minute changes. I don't know if those got reflected in the deck that was ultimately displayed today, but yeah, we're definitely aware of the North Elizabeth Street access point. And regarding the Metro access in the future, we absolutely will be collaborative and working with the department and various departments to make sure that that's easy access from both this site, but also just the surrounding neighborhood.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that there are going to be 72 affordable units in the building, right? Could you share with us the income levels that you guys are going to target?
Of course, again, for the record, Katie Janky-Dale from DLA Piper. So it will be at a weighted average of 60% AMI. We've submitted to DOH detailed, but currently it's anticipated that there would be 13 units at 40% AMI, 12 at 50%, 22 at 60%, 12 at 70%, and 13 at 80%.
Thank you. Can be done.
Commissioner Cox?
I also would just like to acknowledge the Sterling Bay and SOM team for their work in working with the planning department to do a high-rise that I think is going to be a noteworthy addition to the cityscape. I appreciate the attempts to channel the industrial vocabulary of the area in terms of the kind of concrete bay and the office liner, which is really encouraging to see that. And even the homage to the silos at the top. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a topic of much conversation in Chicago. But it's really just refreshing to see a team take on the local history of the area to make a building that I think will be distinguished and quite a big contributor to the Fulton Market area. I also appreciate the pocket parks, wherever we can get public space at these kinds of increments. I think it's starting to develop its own typology of public space throughout the district. And so, again, I'm looking forward to supporting this, and I'm looking forward for it getting under construction.
Commissioner Navarro?
Thank you. I just want to note, and commissioners have heard me say this before, but I think it's important because we, as a city department, just do not have sufficient resources to fund the affordable housing that we need. So I really want to point out the importance of the ARO and what you're seeing here. 72 units of affordable housing in the West Loop is bigger than many low-income housing tax credit developments that we fund on our own. And so in this instance, this is 72 units that we did not have to fund publicly, but that are being provided as a benefit to the community and allowing people to live in this community who otherwise would not. So I want to acknowledge that and the important role that the ARO plays, and to acknowledge this development team for putting all 20% of those units on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And I know Alderman Burnett had to step out, but he did express his support for this project. So if I don't have any other comments or questions by the commissioners, do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1300 West Carroll Owner LLC for the property generally located at 1300 West Carroll Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Reyes,
Second.
second by Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi? Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbeck? Step out. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is D5. A proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1420, submitted by From LLC for the property generally located at 1653-1739 West Webster Avenue and 2075-2189 North Elston Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend residential business plan development 1420 to add animal services excluding shelters, boarding, kennels, or veterinary services as a permitted use in sub-area A. No changes are proposed to the existing approved improvements in the plan development. This is item 22154 in the 32nd Ward. Benjamin Corpus will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Benji Corpus with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant From LLC appears here today because they are proposing to amend residential business plan development number 1420 to add animal services excluding shelters, boarding kennels, or veterinary services as a permitted use in sub-area A. No changes are proposed to the existing approved improvements in the plan development. The subject site is located in the central planning region within the Logan Square community area in Ward 32, which has experienced a 13% decrease in population since 2000, a rate nearly 3 times faster than the city of Chicago as a whole in the same period. About 36% of the community area contains 2-person households. 22% of households have no vehicle, and 41% of residents walk, bike, or take transit to work. The site is about 4 acres in area. The site is bordered by West Webster Avenue to the north, the Chicago Northwestern Railroad to the east, and North Elston Avenue to the southwest. The site is approximately 1 block east of the Kennedy Expressway and within less than a 1/4 mile of the Clybourne Metro platform. It is also near the Ashland and National Express CTA bus lines. Due to the project's proximity to the metro station and the Ashland bus corridor, it is eligible to receive transit-served location benefits. As you can see, surrounding land uses are predominantly commercial, surface parking, and parking garages. The site is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor with the north sub area in the framework plan, which identifies mixed uses as an appropriate land use for this area. The zoning districts in the immediate area are C1-1 and C1-2, Neighborhood Commercial District, C2-1, Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District, C3-3, Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District, M1-3, Limited Manufacturing Business Park District, M3-3, Heavy Industrial District, and plan developments number 907 and 1110. Here are 2 photographs of the site today looking north and southeast along North Elston Avenue. The building most prominently featured in both photographs is within sub area A. Most of the project within the plan development has been constructed. The proposal is subject to the North Branch Framework Plan that was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in May 2017. Some of the goals of the plan include maximizing the North Branch as an economic and vital job center, providing better access to all transportation modes, enhancing natural resources and built assets throughout the corridor. Now, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Rolando Acosta, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Rolando Acosta on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined by Lori Fromm, the principal in Fromm LLC. It's a very modest proposal compared to everything you've seen today so far. We are trying to occupy existing retail space that's already been built out in terms of vanilla box within the building. Lori has a business that trains dogs and dog owners how to interact with one another. She would have approximately 5 or 6 dogs at a time. They would always be accompanied by their owner to the site. There would be no, as it was stated earlier, there won't be any shelter. The dogs won't be left there. They'll come with the owners. It's about a 1-hour class. Then the dogs will leave with their owners. She'll also have some workshops for the owners themselves to understand better how to interact with their dogs. Because this use was not previously stated in the plan development as a specified use, we had to amend the district in order to make it a permitted use. Approximate location of the space is noted by the arrow on this photograph. The building, as previously stated, was already built. And you can see to the left a picture of the space as it exists today, and to the right a site plan or floor plan of the proposed space. It's about 3,500 square feet, generate about 20 to 25 jobs, 5 or 6 permanent jobs, the 2025 being construction jobs. And then we estimate about another 30 days before the construction would be complete on there and she would be able to occupy the space. Parking for the commercial in this building is behind the building, so off of Elston Avenue, because Elston is a major bike corridor. So there's no parking on actual Elston. There is a door directly into the space from the rear of the space, and leads right to the parking area. With that, we did obviously notify the immediate neighbors, and I know the alderman's here, who also flyered some of the neighbors to get further input from the residents of this building. I don't believe he received any, but I will let him address that if he wishes. With that, we will stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff or the applicant?
On this, just 'cause I know residents may have just general concerns about.
Yeah, so what we did is because there's really no residential community other than specifically on this site.
I got it.
So the alderman flyered the immediate site
Got
to
it.
see if any of the residents had any comments or concerns. And quite frankly, nobody responded.
Great. Thank you.
Alderman Wagensbeck, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, everyone. This is a simple amendment. I think for the original PD, it wasn't specified for this use. And we did contact many of the neighbors in the area and found more support than any opposition. We think it's a good fit for this space, this commercial space, and it's adding, it's promoting new jobs and economic growth for the area, albeit a small business with just a handful of employees. We think it's a good fit for the neighborhood. So I fully support the project, Chairwoman, and ask for your favorable consideration. And I also will be recusing myself, and I've filed the form with Noah Sobranik.
I
Thank
have
you.
that. Thank you. Any other comments or questions by the commissioners? Okay, with that, do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1420 submitted by From LLC for the property generally located at 1653-1739 West Webster Avenue and 2075-2189 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Biaggi, second by Commissioner Reyes. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi is a yes, correct? Commissioner Cox? Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. And I have a recusal for Alderman Wagensbeck. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you.
You.
Okay. You are up.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D7, a proposed resolution to adopt the 18th and Peoria Development Framework Plan. As part of an over $1 billion investment in affordable housing announced in 2021, the city acquired an approximately 6-acre site generally located on the north side of 18th Street and Peoria Street. The 18th and Peoria Development Framework Plan seeks to create a comprehensive vision of the site and meet the residential and commercial needs of the community, fits within the existing context of the Pilsen neighborhood, and adds value to the property itself and surrounding areas. The goal of the development framework plan is to guide redevelopment of the site with a multi-phased affordable housing development with supportive services and other ancillary uses such as public open space and commercial retail. A draft of the study report was presented to the community and posted for public comment in March 2023, and the final document presented here today has incorporated that feedback. James Harris will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is James Harris. I'm a supervising planner with the West Region with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm joined by Sean Tepia with AECom, who assisted in creating the framework plan. I'm here to provide a presentation for a resolution to adopt the 18th and Peoria Development Framework Plan, which is being considered today for adoption. This plan previously came before the commission for introductory presentation on March 16th. As I said, the plan was developed with consultants AECom, UrbanWorks, and COO, and in close collaboration with the Departments of Housing and the 25th Ward. For context, the plan creates a framework for the redevelopment of a 6-acre site located in the Pilsen neighborhood, which is located in the Lower West Side community area. This site is the largest undeveloped site in the Pilsen neighborhood. I want to provide a little bit of context on the history of the site. The site formerly was an industrial metal smelting facility. And since 2006, there had been 3 previous attempts to redevelop the site by private developers, which was met with opposition from the community who advocated for affordable housing. And in 2021, the city agreed to purchase the site for affordable housing and engaged in a community process to develop this framework plan today. Next, I'll provide an overview of the planning process. The planning process consisted of 5 steps. We conducted an existing conditions analysis, which looked at trends in demographics, housing, transportation, and employment. We conducted a significant amount of community engagement, creating the development scenarios and refining them through engagement. We looked at the site in terms of open space and its connection to other open space opportunities such as the El Paseo. And finally, we conducted a financial analysis looking at affordability at different levels in an effort to maximize affordability at the site. Next, I'll give an overview of the outreach and engagement conducted for the site. So as I mentioned, we conducted a significant amount of engagement and outreach throughout this process. We conducted a total of 11 engagement meetings, including 5 stakeholder meetings, 4 community meetings, and 2 interagency meetings. We had over 500 participants in this process. We distributed over 5,000 flyers and responded to over 1,600 comments throughout this process. In addition to that, we prioritize accessibility in all of our engagement, both in terms of format and language accessibility. We conducted the majority of our public-facing community engagement events as hybrid meetings, both in person and virtually. So we began conducting community engagement in August with a series of stakeholder meetings. We conducted a kickoff meeting with stakeholders at the end of August, which provided stakeholders with an overview of the process. In mid-September, we hosted 2 topical meetings around housing, placemaking, open space, and sustainability to seek guidance and feedback on how best to engage the broader community. And in late September, we hosted the initial community kickoff meeting to introduce the community to the project and provide an overview of the planning process. And in the following month, in October, we hosted our first open house event to seek additional feedback on key components of the plan. In November, we reviewed feedback from the public open house with stakeholders. And then we took that feedback and developed 3 initial development schemes around open space strategies that contemplated a trailhead park, a linear park, and pocket parks throughout the site. Based on that engagement, the community generally preferred elements of the trailhead park and linear park strategy. Folks expressed a preference also for more family-sized units and density. And in January, we had a final check-in with stakeholders before presenting the final development scenarios to the community, which incorporated elements of the linear park scheme and trailhead park scheme. And based on that feedback, we increased the unit count from an average of 250 units to over 400 units as a result of the feedback that we received. Here's a look at the initial development scenarios that we developed with AECOM. So as I mentioned, we looked at a trailhead park, a linear park, and pocket parks. We took the feedback from the engagement and some of the things that we refined throughout the process. We included, as I said, elements of both the trailhead park. So the final plan incorporates a large central park with ample opportunities to gather, and also a linear park along Peoria, which will complement planned streetscape improvements along 16th Street. Additionally, some of the feedback that we heard in the initial community engagement open house was a desire to see more density in the final scheme. So as a result, we reduced the amount of 3 flats and 6 flats and incorporated more middle density, low-rise housing along Peoria. Here's a look at the site plan. I'll go into more detail later about this. And here's a look at the massing that we developed for the site. And this demonstrates how we sought to balance density throughout the site by locating the highest density along 18th and 16th Street and transition towards lower density in the middle of the site. So next, I'll provide an overview of the recommendations. As part of the existing conditions analysis, we conducted a housing needs assessment, which revealed a deficit of over 1,300 units of housing for folks earning less than 50% of AMI by 2045. And as a result, we came up with these 4 recommendations related to housing. We wanted to encourage primarily renter occupied options with some middle density housing for owner occupied housing units. In terms of typology, we wanted to see a variety of housing typologies to accommodate preferences, balance density, and again, to provide missing middle housing. In terms of unit size, we heard a preference for larger family size housing. And as a result, we increased the number of 2 and 3 bedroom housing units throughout the site. And then in terms of pricing, we wanted to make sure that we maximize affordability. We then looked at the site through the lens of the design excellence principles that the department implemented a few years ago. And in terms of facade, we wanted to see a continuation of commercial uses along 18th Street. We wanted to see a clear distinction between the base, middle, and top of buildings. We wanted to see ground floors that create a rhythm through windows and doors. And finally, we wanted to see integrated signing that integrates well into the design of the buildings. In terms of program, site design, and massing, we wanted to see programming that includes commercial, low to high density residential, public and private open space opportunities. We wanted to see massing that aligned with the buildings adjacent to the site. So as you can see in this diagram, the tallest buildings are located along 16th Street to mirror that higher density that's across the BNSF right-of-way in University Village. And in terms of public realm and sustainability, we're recommending programmed open space, sustainable landscape design, sustainable building design, and energy efficient facade treatments. We organized the site in 3 phases. So the first phase contemplates 3 mixed-use buildings with a maximum height of 7 stories. And based on the B3-3 zoning district, we estimate that this phase could support up to 148 residential units. The second phase includes 2 mid-rise buildings with a maximum height of 5 stories. And based on the underlying zoning, this phase could support up to 86 residential units. And in the third phase, we prioritize a variety of low-density, missing middle housing typologies with a maximum height of 3 stories. And based on the underlying zoning, we estimate that this phase could support up to 54 residential units. And finally, in the fourth phase, we contemplated 2 high-rise buildings mirroring the density across from the BNSF right-of-way. And based on underlying zoning, this phase could support up to 144 residential units. So then we looked at open space opportunities and how that could connect to the planned El Paseo Trail along Sangamon. And we are contemplating this Central Park, which will act as a gateway to the El Paseo and would include programmable open space, gathering spaces, performance pavilions, play lots, dog parks, and other active open space uses. In addition to that, we wanted to see opportunities for private open space. So we're contemplating green roofs on some of the more dense buildings and opportunities for public art. And here's a rendering looking at the site, looking north along Sangamon. So as you can see, we are contemplating development framing the entrance to the Trailhead Park, which would act as a gateway to the El Paseo. We're contemplating gathering spaces and public art opportunities. One unique feature of the site is an existing rail spur, which provides some elevation. We contemplated using that as an opportunity for elevated open space, and you can see that depicted here. And then along Peoria, we are contemplating a linear park, which will be an extension of the El Paseo Trail. And as I mentioned earlier, would complement the planned improvements to the 16th Street. Okay. So following the presentation before Plan Commission on March 16th, we published the plan for public comments, and that was open until April the 30th. And we received over 350 comments. Most of the comments advocated for maximizing the number of affordable housing, increasing density. Several of the comments requested eliminating the use of townhomes and increasing the overall density to accommodate more housing units. And some of the immediately adjacent neighbors, we received comments related to the impact of this development on them. As a response, we revised the language in certain phases to allow for more flexibility for how lower density will be expressed throughout the site. And we evaluated the impact on density on the adjacent neighbors and found that there will be negligible impact. And in terms of next steps, we will continue to coordinate with the Park District on open space and CDOT on the proposed right-of-way improvements. And we are seeking to establish a PD to formalize some of these recommendations. And as part of the qualified allocation plan, we will be accepting proposals for phase 1. So I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Lyons. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for the staff or applicant? Yes, Commissioner.
I will ask questions because I will recuse myself for the vote. So to start, you mentioned that some of the residents that live nearby make comments about the density, but that you guys are keeping your density of 432, right. Correct? You're not, because you said that it was negligent, so.
Right.
Okay. if you could show one of the slides where you have the faces, it seems to me that one of the buildings that are part of the first phase, the building, well, the three of them are yellow and A, but the one that is, I understand that is to the west of the railroad tracks. So that property now is the Juarez trucking business, correct? So I assume based on this plan then that the city is moving forward with acquiring this piece of land, right?
That's correct. We're in the process of negotiating with the owner to acquire the site.
Okay. And then if that is the case, why we put a building in there that is kind of blocking the connection with El Paseo that comes from Sangamon and the railroad tracks all the way from Cermak. And the original plan from the quality of life from 2006 was to connect it all the way to 16th Street.
Yeah, so we retained that building in this plan in an effort to balance density and the demands for increasing the unit count. So as you can see in the plan, there is a transition of density towards lower density in the middle of the site. And in order to meet the demands of the community to increase the unit count, we needed to retain that as a development opportunity.
I understand that and I appreciate it, but I would have recommended maybe taking that level of density to 16th Street to increase that instead of the 144 that you have. But because I think it's, we're trying to be respectful to the Pilsen community, and as a Pilsen resident, Del Paseo is a concept that has been in the works for like 20 years now, and maybe more. So it feels that that building is blocking, you know, it's creating some green space that is going to be exclusive for the residents of 18 and Peoria. And I think the concept here is to truly open the community up. So anybody from the Pilsen community can walk into any of the parks or the arts exhibition, right?
Yeah.
But so that's one of my comments. And the other, it's more like a, I don't know if it is a recommendation or not, but the point is that I noticed that in terms of the incomes, you mentioned that the majority of the units will be income restricted. So, and I also, during the framework, it says that some of the units are going to be market rate.
We don't include reference to market rate units in the plan at all.
Okay, so when you mention the majority are going to be restricted in terms of incomes, are you saying that everything is going to be affordable?
Well, we're going to be accepting proposals and evaluating them through the QAP process, and we don't have a way of determining what proposals are going to come through that process, which is why we are not explicitly stating a level in the plan.
Okay, so for the alderman, and I look at the director of policy because I don't see Alderman Sicho Lopez, I want to make a strong recommendation that every single unit that is developed at 18 and Peoria is 100% affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Escareno?
Yeah, no, I was just going to make a comment about all the added green space here. We know that from the expansion of green space, this is one of the areas that, you know, in addition to what's already happening with Paseo, but on making sure that we're maximizing that green space. And I also just want to point out that there are still ongoing conversations with the Park District as to what our involvement would be here. But I just want to point out that this is really a benefit to have the housing and community in basically at play with a lot of green space surrounding that. So look forward to learning more about how we can balance the interests of the community from the park's perspective. So
Yeah,
I think it's a beautiful concept for this.
We did look at the Park District's allocation plan, and we do recognize that this is a community that's deficient in terms of open space. So we wanted to be able to balance the need for residential units with open space.
Great, thank you.
To add on that, can you say how much acreage we are adding of public park, because it actually is a lot.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's understood just how much there is.
Yeah, so we are adding over 2.5 acres of open space to the site as contemplated in this plan.
I would just say that is a sizable new park. And I think there was a lot of concern about having eyes on the park. And so the building that you were referencing does not block the paseo. It actually defines the paseo and assures that there will be eyes, people's front porches on the park versus if that building were not there, we would be looking at the backside, the garages of the remainder of the block. So it was very intentional to try to define that entrance north of 18th Street and to make sure that multiple households are looking onto that space to ensure that it's safe. And I think, again, that big question was, how big should the park be? How much, what challenges are we going to have to maintain it? I think in that balance between getting more density, which was the main request of the residents, and making sure that we deliver a park that is sustainable over the long term. So just a little bit of the thinking behind the choices that were made. But what you're seeing that bookend the two sides, that is the width of the paseo as it moves north past 18th Street.
Commissioner Navarro?
Thank you.
I don't know if we want to stay on the green space piece but we can come back to it.
I appreciate your comment. I just feel that as a Pilsen resident, I don't know that we need people to watch over a park, so.
Commissioner Navarro?
Thank you. And I want to take a moment because this has been an entire process, and I really want to acknowledge the work of Sean and team from AECom. James, your leadership on this, Edwin Ortiz Reyes, Natasha Hamilton from the Department of Housing. I really want to emphasize the amount of work that has gone into this and working closely with Ruben and Lucia and the 25th board. So thank you all. It has been, I think, a great deal of work and really a labor of love. And I want to stress how gratifying it is to have gotten to this day because, you know, there's some unusual things about this from a couple levels. As a city that owns, you know, over 10,000 vacant lots, we don't go around spending $12 million to acquire more kind of lightly. This was a case that I brought to then Mayor Lightfoot and she immediately saw how important this would be to this community, given the extreme escalation in housing values going on around it. It's also unusual that we bring a plan to a community and we get pushed to do more density and more affordability. I wish that were the case everywhere. It was quite refreshing. And so I just want to name that as well. And the other thing I want to stress on the question of 100% affordability that Commissioner Reyes raised and others, you know, the reason that this land was acquired was to bring affordable housing in force to a community that was losing it very rapidly. The reason I personally pushed for that was for that reason. And I want to underscore that as a city, as a Department of Housing, we have the appetite to do that. We have done that in other gentrifying communities. So if you look at what's now the Lucy Gonzalez Parsons Apartments, you know, similar idea, surrounded by escalating prices. We did 100% affordability on that site. We simply want to, you know, we have the appetite to do that. We want to, and we're signaling that to the development community. And we are, as you noted, in our upcoming round, inviting proposals, and we look very forward to receiving them moving forward. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Yes. Beyond the question of the park, I too want to just compliment the teams from DPD and DOH for their effort to put a vision out with the community months and months and months before any development would happen. And so we probably are more likely to hit the mark in terms of the community embracing this because they pretty much defined it. So that we're bringing this and amending the DOH's QAP so that any developers that respond to it already know what the community's direction is, I think is going to increase the likelihood of success. Clearly, you know, the next part is going to be what they bring forward and how do we fund it? And, you know, questions for me was like, who's funding a 2.5 acre new park? And is that expected to be part of the developer response?
I didn't want to get into that because I think this is a beautiful concept, but I think yes, I think that there's a lot more conversation around this, and it would be great to engage as you are entertaining some of these proposals to see how that is, how we are planning to do that, if that can be built into the proposal so that whoever is, considering this, that there be consideration as to how this is designed and built. I have to work with our board at the Park District to kind of figure out anytime we take on this size of a project. I know that has not been fully discussed, but I want to point out that I think the vision and the green space is something that we absolutely always embrace it, but it does come down to development, construction, and then the maintenance over the long haul. So we want to be good partners in this, and I want to just make sure we are working together as this continues to evolve, because we want to deliver the community that is so in need of affordable housing, but as well as this open green space that is a priority for the park districts to continue to go down this path. So looking forward to more engagement and conversations around that. So.
I would just add that there is a conversation currently with Pilsen about the extension of the TIF district that effectively can be leveraged to finance the park. So there's multiple benefits in addition to helping to fill gaps with the affordable housing. So I hope when we go back out to the Pilsen community to get their support for the TIF extension, that it is made clear to them that things like the park, things like the increased density are the reason why we would extend the TIF. But I don't know if that connection was made in the meeting that recently was held.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to do that, but I will also highlight that we were able to acquire the site using TIF dollars.
Yes.
No, thank you for that. And I'll just add one final point to that is that the funding for acquisition of a park is just one piece of it. It's the longevity and really kind of preserving and maintaining it becomes another part of it. So I look forward to those conversations because again, I think we want to be supportive and want to make sure we're giving the community what they deserve. And so more conversations to come. I think it's a wonderful concept and look forward to just engagement on this. So thank you.
And one final question, hopefully, is it envisioned that the city will stay the owner of the underlying land for indefinitely or throughout the development, or is that still an open question?
I think we are I'll probably will pass this to Commissioner Navarro. I think we're thinking about how to increase equity around the site and
Thank you, James. Yeah, what I'll say to that is that we are open to all sorts of conversations at the local level about community ownership and the various forms that would take. It's in a very early stage at this point, and local leadership on that is needed, but we are interested and open to conversation.
Thank you. There's no other questions. Is Chief of Staff Ruben Franco from Alderman Sitio Lopez?
Sorry, Director of Legislative Affairs.
Oh,
Unfortunately, our Chief of Staff, Lucia, and the Alderman are on the ground in the ward erecting a few shelters for the migrant cause recently, so they couldn't be here today. Just wanted to echo everything that both Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Navarro said, and thank everyone involved in this. The Alderman's very happy to see this project come to fruition today, this initial step, right? Many more steps moving forward, and wanted to uplift, the robust community participation that went into this, and hopefully, this can serve as a model for future larger development projects in the city. So happy to thank everyone today for this, and the Alderman is happy to work closer with everyone involved on the future phases of the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Do the commissioners have any other additional questions for staff, the applicant, or the Alderman's office? Hearing none. Do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the 18th and Peoria Development Framework Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Moved by Navarro, Commissioner Navarro. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Escudero. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? Hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero. Yes. Commissioner Flores is recused. Commissioner Lyons is a yes. Commissioner Navarro. Yes. Commissioner Reyes is recused. Commissioner Soto. And Commissioner Wagasback. Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you. I will now turn the gavel back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyons. The next item on the agenda is D8, an informational presentation of the Central Area Plan Update Initiative. The goal of the two-phase effort is to create an implementable, community-driven vision that is informed by the past, rooted in equity, and shaped by Chicagoans on behalf of the entire city. This initiative will be guided by the We Will Chicago Framework Plan. The study area boundaries reflect Chicago's downtown zoning district, which is generally bounded by Division Street on the north, portions of Ogden Avenue, Ashland Avenue, and Halsted Street on the west, portions of Cermak Road and 25th Street on the south, and Lake Michigan on the east. The initial phase of the two-year planning process involves engagement with residents and representatives from business, cultural and nonprofit organizations, and local leaders and elected officials to establish goals and objectives for the area. The first phase runs through September 2023. The second phase will define the steps to achieve updated vision and how downtown growth can serve all Chicagoans over the next 20 years. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry, and I'm the lead planner with the Department of Planning and Development's Central Region. Today, I'm happy to be here to provide an informational overview of the Central Area Plan Update initiative that has just recently kicked off. As you know, it has been 20 years since the Plan Commission has adopted the Central Area Plan, which was a guide to downtown growth. In 2003, the plan was anticipated to serve as the city's formal vision for downtown economic development and land use policies and goals for 20 years. It was followed by the Central Area Action Plan of 2009, which was largely a project-based implementation plan to further the goals of the 2003 plan. These past plans focused their priorities on development of high-density mixed-use corridors, increased tourism and college opportunities, as well as enhanced transit and mobility resources, and waterfronts and park spaces. But today's downtown faces new opportunities and challenges, especially following the impacts of the pandemic. That's why DPD is leading a community-driven planning process to reassess the priorities for the central area. Through our two-year, two-phase process, we will envision a new set of objectives for the central area that align with the citywide needs, as well as address long-term goals. In phase one, we'll define the community-driven vision for the central area. This work is underway and will continue throughout the year. During this time, we'll be engaging with the community to get feedback from the residents of downtown, as well as neighborhoods throughout the city, representatives from the business community, cultural, nonprofit organizations, advocates, community leaders, elected officials. You get where I'm going on this. City departments and sister agencies as well, and additionally focusing on youth and seniors. We're also tracking projects from past plans and analyzing existing conditions. Based on the feedback that we receive as part of the phase one effort, we'll envision a vision document, a framework that will guide our phase two. Phase two will begin in 2024, and we will continue with community engagement. We'll investigate development scenarios, facilitate implementation through policies, legislation, and budgeting, and we'll draft an updated central area plan. The update will be the first neighborhood plan to move forward since this body adopted the We Will citywide plan in February. We Will's community-driven process and planning pillars will serve as a guide to facilitate the discussions that we'll be having for the central area update. Those discussions will center around housing and economic development, land use, neighborhoods, arts and culture, public health and safety, as well as other themes. Like We Will, the principles of equity and resiliency will anchor the central area plan update, and the process goals are to reimagine the central area, which reflects a city that welcomes diversity and embraces its diversity. A city that extends downtown job, business, and housing options to all Chicagoans, that enhances accessibility both to and throughout the central area, that creates a diverse, affordable 24/7 neighborhood in the central area, and fosters an inclusive economy. Additionally, we are seeking to advance green and sustainable practices and infrastructure and celebrate Chicago's unique history, arts, and culture. Prompted by the growth and development, the geographic boundary of the central area has continued to expand over the past 20 years. Today, it's defined by the downtown district zoning overlay, which is shown on the far right. This area covers 7.2 square miles and extends from Division Street on the north to roughly I-55 on the south, from the lake all the way west to kind of jogging west to Ashland Avenue at its furthest point west. Since the impacts of the central area extend far beyond the geographic borders, and because the downtown belongs to everyone, it's critical for this update to be shaped by all Chicagoans. Coming out of the pandemic and the economic downturn, today's downtown is facing entirely new circumstances than it did in 2003, such as remote work, online shopping, ride sharing, virtual learning, just to name a few. So we started our effort by examining existing conditions. The central area, or downtown, is 3% of the city's total land area. It is home to 7% of the city residents and over 50% of city jobs. There are close to 625,000 jobs in the private sector in the downtown. This obviously is clearly an economic engine for the city. It also is home to many residents. In 2000, the downtown population ranked 6th among the most populous downtowns nationally. Here on the map, the circles that you see show the relative populations in each of these downtowns. This slide shows 2020, and the new circles show the current populations. So you can see how dramatically Chicago's downtown population has grown. It has actually grown the fastest among these 10 cities, and it represents the largest population increase of all of the cities shown. From 2000 to 2020, we have added 87,000 downtown residents. We know that growth has been uneven downtown. People of color are underrepresented. Today, about 30% of citywide population identifies as Black, and only 10% of the central area population identifies as such. We see similar discrepancies when we look at Hispanic or Latino populations, as well as Native American populations. Relative to the city, the downtown has a higher concentration of young professionals and a lower concentration of school-age children. About 43% of downtown residents are between the ages of 20 and 34, and only 10% are school-aged. The vast majority of downtown housing is multifamily housing, which is no surprise when you consider the density that we have downtown. About 40% of this housing is owner-occupied, and you can see here, which is also no surprise, that rents downtown are very expensive. Average rent for a studio is $1,800 per month. For a household to find this affordable, meaning that they don't spend more than 30% of their income on housing, that household would have to earn at least $73,000 annually. This means that 55% of households in Chicago would not even be able to afford a studio, let alone a 2-bedroom unit that might be able to accommodate a family downtown. In terms of affordable housing, we've looked at rental units that are affordable, and only about 10% meet the definition, either because they are legally restricted or because the units are priced to be affordable to households that are earning up to 60% of the area's median income. So affordable housing downtown is very scarce when you compare its 10% to the 47% that you see of citywide units that are affordable. In addition to being home to many, the downtown also provides educational opportunities to people from all ages, from childhood to college to technical training and beyond. It is a hub, obviously, for lifelong learning, and over 31,000 students are enrolled in colleges and universities downtown. And when you factor in universities that have main campuses outside of the central area, but colleges or a presence downtown, that number of students actually increases to 47,000. We also know that the downtown is a cultural hub and a rich destination with many amenities, including the lakefront, the River Walk, performing arts centers and theaters, cultural and dining options. Great parks and open space attract visitors and host events, but also serve as recreational space for downtown residents. Here you can see the distribution of park space across some of the community areas that make up the central area. As you can see, the distribution is slightly uneven in terms of the Loop and the near south, which have a significant amount of park space, while the communities in the north and near west are at a deficit. Downtown job growth has had ups and downs tracking with the economic cycles that we've seen. But overall, the story has been one of growth, with 75,000 jobs gained over the last 2 decades. Since 2010, the downtown has had 9 years of robust growth. Then the pandemic reversed that trend. But we are seeing a quick recovery and adding 40,000 jobs since the pandemic, for an approximate total of 623,000 private sector jobs. How we commute to work has also changed dramatically. This slide shows 8 cities in the nation with the highest number of commuters using public transit. In Chicago in 2019, 28% of workers took public transit, and pre-pandemic, only 6% of workers worked from home. However, with the onset of the pandemic, 12% of Chicagoans began to take public transit to work, while the number of those working from home expanded to 27%. Trends show that how we work has changed, shifting from 5 days in the office to a hybrid week where 2 to 3 days are spent from working from home. This chart shows in-person occupancy in real time. As of mid-April, in Chicago, in-person occupancy was at roughly 50%, which is slightly above the 10-city average. Less workers obviously means less people downtown patronizing restaurants and bars and shopping in stores. Pre-pandemic retail vacancies in the Loop and West Loop were only 15%. Since the pandemic, the rates have risen to 28%. Public safety is also an ongoing concern downtown. From 2018 to 2020, the total number of crimes per 1,000 residents in the police districts that cover the central area was decreasing. However, that trend reversed in 2021 and it rose further in 2022. Just like jobs, investment in downtown development has tracked with the economic cycles. But overall trends show that the downtown has been a magnet for investment from 2006 to 2022, with an average annual investment of 1.3 billion in new construction, and that's based on the city's permit data. Residential investment has led the way historically, and today accounts for 64% of the total investment that was seen in 2022. Downtown investment has meaningful implications citywide. The purchase of downtown density bonuses has resulted in $149 million in payments, which means 80% of those funds, or $119 million, have been allocated to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. And those support development projects in underinvested commercial corridors in the south and west sides. It's a very brief overview. So now I'd like to talk to you about next steps. Currently, we're completing the implementation report of the project and reviewing the past plans and drafting the existing conditions report. At the same time, we're actively reaching out to the community for their feedback, and we're doing this in a variety of ways. We've convened 7 focus groups and had discussions with over 125 participants. Additionally, we held a webinar late last month that was attended by approximately 350 participants. We've kicked off an online survey and that has garnered 375 responses. We'll continue to gather community information at an in-person open house that will be held on May 23rd and pop-up events that will be held throughout the city this summer. Phase 1 will culminate with the drafting of a new vision for the central area that will be informed by the past, rooted in equity, and shaped by all Chicagoans. Finally, there will be multiple opportunities for people to provide their comments and ideas throughout the summer, including by attending the open house on May 23rd, which will be held at 4:30 to 6:30 in the Winter Garden at the Harold Washington Library, taking the online survey at the online location you see above, emailing feedback to dpd@cityofchicago.org, and attending the community pop-up events throughout the summer. I want to thank you for the opportunity to brief you on this Central Area Plan update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Any questions or comments by the commissioners? Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you, and thank you, Heidi. I was sat in on the Zoom, the community meeting, and it was great. I loved seeing the word cloud that you all did, and this is really exciting. I had one thought in terms of leveraging downtown success and sort of that framework. I think clearly the data is super helpful in seeing the impact of downtown development on the neighborhoods. I also think one thing to look at too is the jobs that are created downtown, either currently and or soon to come, and where those dollars that people earn downtown, where are they going back into their communities? I think we know when people earn a good wage with good benefits, they take that back to where they live, they spend it in their neighborhoods. And I think having that image and that picture of the impact of the jobs that we're creating downtown, who's getting them, where do they live, and how is that impacting our communities is, I think, I would love to see that as a part of this as well. And but just really excited about this process. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your suggestion.
Commissioner Cox?
No, I just wanted to, again, I'm thrilled that we're taking this on. I know throughout we will process a lot of questions were asked about what about the downtown and how does it fit into it. But I think it was important to establish a framework for the entire city. And now as follow-up, we know what those pillars are, equity and resiliency, and we can see how that framework impacts the central area, which again is becoming more and more of a mixed use neighborhood with a legitimate residential population itself. I also think that the push for, equity and resiliency gave us a North Star for the LaSalle Reimagined Corridor. And hundreds of units of housing that will happen as a part of the conversion strategy with a new aspiration of 30% affordable in an area that has less than a dozen affordable units. So I think it's a testament, the LaSalle Reimagined is a testament to the values of trying to make the downtown more diverse economically and racially. And so I look forward to that and the larger conversation about trying to assure that the central area is not an exclusive area for only the rich. And that is a conversation that I'm sure will be guided in part by having done the hard work of coming up with a citywide framework with We Will. So I'm just looking forward to it, and thank you for your leadership in guiding this work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reyes?
Want to echo what Commissioner Cox says, because I think I have learned a lot in this presentation, so I truly appreciate that. And I agreed also with the question earlier in terms of making the connection of the people that are coming to downtown to work. Where is it that they're coming from? Where is it that they're going back to spend that money? I think that's also important, but I truly appreciate this effort.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Sure.
That I think if we can learn the benefits of investing in the central area and how all those monies actually do support communities, making that connection. Because I think over the years, there's been a growth of policies that really have anchored or used the central area downtown to support affordable housing projects, to afford other projects in communities. I think really telling that story about not only the need to invest in South and West and in the neighborhoods, but really by investing in really having a plan and vision for keeping the central area strong, how does that benefit communities? I think and it also, I think for agencies like the Park District, for example, we can look at how we can be part of the solution. I know many of the parks, for example, and a lot of the amenities that exist in the downtown, reason why in the other development, we were talking about green space and the importance of green space in communities. So I think understanding where we are lacking, but also where the benefits of investing in this can help our communities. It could also help agencies like mine look for ways that we can create policies to support areas where the gaps may exist. So thank you. It's great work and the data is wonderful. Thank you. So this
Nobody
is
else?
not a voting item.
No,
So
informational, so no vote is
Informational.
required. So we will move on, and I think the only thing left is to adjourn. So we'll take a vote on that. There is, okay.
We're back, and it actually, didn't know if I was looking forward to this moment or not, but it actually feels good to be back. The only shortcoming is that I can't have lunch while I'm having the meeting, which is one of the benefits of doing it virtually, just turning off the camera while you're chewing down. But we really should, this may be for Noah, we really should figure out how we're going to feed the commissioners, whether it's just a tray, a sandwich tray in the back room where we could step out and get us something to eat, or even a break, a 30-minute break.
I asked about that yesterday.
Yeah, even a 30-minute break, which, could be scheduled. But I just think that if we're back, I mean, we really shouldn't be a big sacrifice, because we may have, this is an early meeting, because sometimes we go to 3 and 4. So we really have to consider lunch.
So
Yeah. Yes.
I will bring those points back to the powers that be. It is not my choice to not be able to use the annex in the back. It was the restrictions given to me. I will bring those back to Alderman Harris, who I believe is going to stay on as the Rules Committee Chairwoman, and we will ask for that. As far as lunch, I don't think we're going to overcome that challenge here, but we may take a break. I'll make a poll.
Break is fine.
I'll make a poll for the plan commissioners, and if we want to work in a half an hour to the day and break for half an hour, that could be accommodated. We'll take it offline.
Thank you.
Okay. So are we good? This concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Reyes. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Lyons. Roll call vote. I think we may still have 6. Viaggi. Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Thank you, Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons was a yes. Commissioner Reyes was a yes. Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto has left. And Commissioner Wagensback? Did I miss anybody? No? Thank you. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:07. Okay.